Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is Schmidt Ocean Institute Research Vessel Falkor and ROV SuBastian. We are currently diving on the south side of Diamond Islet in the Coral Sea Marine Park, on the Queensland Plateau off the northeast coast of Australia. So for those of you following this expedition, you know that we've done a number of dives on many different reefs here on the Queensland Plateau. We are currently on our second to last very large reef that we've been mapping. And you can see there's a small inset there of what the dive plan is today. I will zoom out for you because this has been quite an interesting area to map, more dynamic than we have seen on some of the other reefs because it is the edge of the Queensland Plateau here. So today we will be diving inside this canyon area on the north side of this dogleg and working our way up these couple of steps and ledges. So not super high. We're starting at 920 meters, 930 meters, 920 meters to the seafloor this morning, and we'll be only working up to about 780 meters. So not coming all the way up the side of the reef. We will be diving tomorrow. We'll be doing the shallower bit tomorrow, so just across this field a little bit, and we'll do the second half. So thanks for joining us. Good morning to all of those who typically follow along. Our scientists are on shore. Dr. Robin Beeman, our chief scientist, is in Cairns in his home, and he will be joining us a little bit later today. My name is Deborah Smith. I'm a marine technician here on Falkor. Currently in the control room we have Chris flying the ROV, Ben running the camera, Jimbo doing video capture, screen capture, and event logging. So shout out your questions and enjoy the pictures. Audio will be on and off. I'm not going to continually talk all day, so if you don't hear anything, it's probably because I've just turned my microphone off.
Ready?
Feel free to shout out on Facebook and YouTube where you're from, where you're watching. Quick hi to all of those of our family and friends at home.
There he goes. That makes sense.
Hi, Dad. Thanks for watching. Hi, Kate. Great question. Kate's asked what my background was leading up to being a marine technician. I worked for 15 years as a hydrographic surveyor. I worked for a private company in Newport, Rhode Island, doing seafloor mapping for NOAA, nautical chart updating. I went to Maine Maritime Academy, and I have a BS in marine science. And I started here at Falkor actually 6 years ago. I did my first trip as a contractor. I did a second trip a year later in 2015 as a contractor as well, temporary, in Perth Canyon, and I started full-time about 4 years ago. So most marine technicians come from a variety of fields, and so some have geology backgrounds, some have biology backgrounds, some have technical backgrounds, but basically you need the flexibility of being able to be quick on your feet, learn something new every day, and be able to handle a changing environment quite rapidly. looks like we were just zoomed in on some small snails, very pink iridescent. I think that's what you guys on Facebook are talking about. I give up. What is it? They look like small snails. Hello to the Coral Sea Foundation. Thanks for watching. Always great to have you guys along. A couple of questions about any tips for people interested in going into deep sea biology. I'm not a biologist, but I would say that lots of schooling and getting in with the right oceanographic organization. That Chris says education is the key to everything we do out here. So go to school, get an education, find a really good lab somewhere. You know, one of the things I think that is the most important is to be enthusiastic, willing to do anything, and really soak in everything and learn as much as you can. So the people that do really well and go far are people who are willing to do the grunt work as well as the cool stuff, and also able to take a minute and read a manual, figure something out. This type of work is not easy, it's hard, and it takes a lot of effort. So in terms of deep sea biology, I would say find somebody who's doing something that you're interested in and reach out, send an email, communicate with them, but find a really good university or research institution that's doing the similar type of work that you want to do, and find an internship, volunteer your time, get involved, that kind of stuff.
Hello everybody, this is Chris, the ROV pilot. Just wanted to give you an update. We now have Debs on the sticks for a moment. She wants to get a little piloting time, so we're letting her do it because this is a relatively flat area, so it's a little more comforting for people who are not so used to flying the ROV. So just wanted to give you that update. Thank you.
just a quick view of Google Earth, just to give you some context about where we are. Nick, I think it was Nick. Someone was asking whereabouts we were, where the Diamond Islets were. So it's roughly in the northeast, off the northeast coast of Australia. So if you want to hunt for it on Google Maps, Google Earth, that's roughly where it is.
Okay, everybody, back to regularly scheduled piloting. And looks like there's a big fish coming up. Chris is back on the controls, so everything's a little bit smoother. There does seem to be a little of a wobble with the vehicle today. We're still trying to sort out why. For those of you asking, here, I'll wait till after the fish to show you exactly where we are in Google Earth. Huh? Yeah. Okay, well that was a really beautiful fish for all our fish army, as Rob likes to call them. So it wasn't just my flying then, Chris. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a wobble with the vehicle today. We think there might be something in the thruster or slightly something off with one. That's a beautiful fish. Who doesn't want to be videoed? Okay, so for those of you asking at home where we are, I'm going to start with a little bit of an overview of where we've been working. So standby one. It's an overview of Google Earth. Let me move that out from behind the logo. So we are working on the Queensland Plateau. I'm going to turn off this background here a little bit. Sorry, computer's frozen. Spinning wheel. There you go. All right. So we are on Diamond Islet, the reef. So I know some of you have asked which one is which. I'm not from around here, and I am not actually sure which one is Tregrosse Islets or Diamond Islet. It looks like maybe up to the north is Diamond Islet, and that means that we would be on Tregrosse Islets. So we are on the south side of this very large reef. We are on the western side of the Queensland Plateau. So we are, sorry, there's a bit of a computer, seems a little unhappy today. So we've done Bougainville Reef, we've gone through Holmes and Flora and McDermott, down around Flinders area, up through Harold's Key, more reefs, Diane Bank, Willis Islet, Magdalene Cay, Coringa Islets, a couple of unnamed reefs. And we've been mapping this southern face of this reef here to really expose these canyon features. So if I actually turn off the latest grid, you'll see that in Google Earth there's not much resolution here. There have been a few lines that the RV investigator have run through here and shown a little bit more resolution, but what we have done over the last 2.5 days here has really brought out some of these features. So there's this large canyon feature with a bit of a Y structure in it, and we are just off to the southwest of that Y. And we are currently located right here. So that's the ship's position. So I'll take that overlay off for those of you who want to look at a close-up view of this really cool tripod fish, looks like, or maybe upside down tripod fish, I'm not sure. Something a little different. And I think we're going to get joined here by Dr. Robin Beeman, our chief scientist, who's at his home in Cairns. Are you
Hello,
there, Rob?
Falkor. Can you hear me? This is Rob Beeman calling from Cairns, Australia.
Hi, Rob. We can hear you loud and clear. Thanks for joining us. Hi, Rob. Can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear. Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Sorry, I had my Zoom muted. I was still broadcasting to everybody at home, but I had Zoom muted. So, yeah, so hi, everybody at home. This is Dr. Robin Beeman, our chief scientist.
Yeah, thanks, Debs. And sorry, I've missed the first part of the dive. It's 10:30 here in Australia, and I had some domestic duties to attend to. But anyway, I'm glad to be here. It's so welcome to everybody watching from around the world. Welcome from the bottom of the Coral Sea. We're nearly 1 kilometre down, and through the day I'll try and bring in some of the other principal investigators to join in on the audio. But right now we're seeing lots of ripples on the sand floor, and this is unsurprising because the 3D view shows the exquisite mapping that the Falkor has done over the last 2 days. So thanks, Debs. If you can kind of zoom back a bit, you've got the Diamond Islets, Tregrosse reefs in the background. This is sort of purpley area, purple and reds. That's the shallow LiDAR mapping that's been done by the Royal Australian Navy, Australian Hydrographic Office. And so that the shallow reefs themselves are actually quite well mapped. But it was around the edges that we had no real understanding of the detail. And over the last 2 days, the Falkor has mapped a really spectacular Y-shaped canyon system. And that's right in the middle of the inset. Thanks, Debs. And they've, over the last nights, they've been mapping further and further away from the flank. So when the ship first came here, did a pass along that, right along just quite close to the reef itself, and found this very strange looking ledge. You can see this sort of pink area. That's this ledge that's jutting out underneath the coral reef itself, like a veranda or a patio. And then it's quite a steep drop, some kind of scarp face, and then it goes into the Y-shaped canyon. And this just continues extending further and further south to the limit of the mapping that we've done so far. So when choosing a place to go, we thought it would be really interesting to start at the base of, in the axis of this canyon. Thanks, Steph. Zooming in now. Perfect. You can actually see the ROV track already. So we plan the dive to start in the axis of the canyon, and this is presumably where all the sediment is coming down from the shallow coral higher up. And the idea is to climb up this relatively steep wall, and we're only part way up it now. We're at the base of it. And then that will go to a ledge. That ledge is, I think it's around about... probably around 700 metres or so. And then there's a second step, another quite steep rise, until we get up onto that larger platform behind it. So the idea is start deep, nice, slow, gentle rise up to that first ledge, and we'll finish the dive at the second ledge. It's around about 700-ish metres. So it's a rise of around about 200 metres. So we'll be deep all day, and we should see lots of coldwater coral communities. So already we've seen rat tails and Anthomastus soft corals. It's been really interesting. So not dense marine life, because we are looking at soft sediments and clearly interact with currents. Currents create these bed form features or ripples on the seafloor. So there must be strong currents through down here at the seabed. Hopefully, though, as we get up higher through the dive and we go onto those steeper scarp faces, we might see some exposed rock, and then we might see different kind of animal life there, soft corals and the like. Tomorrow, though, if weather permits, we will go closer in towards the reef and we'll have a closer look at that really strange-looking step, that terrace feature that's jutting out from underneath the shallow coral. And the aim is to get the vessel as high up onto the closer to the reef as possible while being safe. So we've seen a few tripod fish on some of our dives, but mostly we've been in fairly shallow waters than this. So I'd be curious from, there's a question to the fish army, I call you, watching from ashore. What is the purpose of those strange antennae? Are they bioluminescent, or are they lures? I'm really curious. Does anyone have any idea? So just to call out to our experts ashore, we really appreciate your input here. Yeah, thanks for everyone who's contributing here about the tripod fish. They're really strange looking fish. I'm just reading online. They're saying that they have very little eyesight. They've mostly lost the ability to use vision, and they use those extended pectoral fins upwards as tactile organs. So they're obviously used for feeling prey in the vicinity, and because they have extended lower caudal or tail fins that allow them to sit high up off the sea floor. But it looks like they're oh, and looks like we've got a squid.
It's a squid.
Great. Oh, I love looking at these. Yeah, great driving, guys. That was quite challenging. It was pushing backwards fairly quickly, but we got a good look at it. It's got 8 arms and it's got its feeding tentacles. They were the long tentacles that they're out. Those 2 feeding tentacles are actually have typically club shaped with a really good grip on them, and that's how they catch their food. So they catch the food, extends out with those 2 tentacles, and then draws it back in towards the mouth, which sits at the base of those 8 arms that surround the mouth.
So there was a question on Facebook, can you estimate the size of these creatures? We just turned the lasers on after we went by the squid. We try not to put lasers on these sort of creatures, but they are up. So for those of you at home who haven't seen these or heard us talk about them, the lasers are 10 centimeters apart. So we think that squid was probably about a half a meter long.
Yeah, thanks, Debs. And we've seen that kind before. Cubuta Man saying Idioteuthis cordiformis. It's great that we've got such experts watching in from ashore. Really appreciate that. The thing that stands out for me with the really large eyes, so that says to me it's quite a visual predator. But we have seen a few of these squid before in previous dives.
So for those of you watching at home, we're just going to come up off the seafloor for a little bit, just trying to work out some of the possible thrusters situation with the vehicle and try to clear it out. So if we pull up off the bottom like this for a little while, it's just to try to get away from the seafloor and test thrusters. We actually did it a little while ago, probably about half an hour ago when I was flying, because it does have quite a bit of wobble. So as you try to go one direction, it kind of wobbles you to the other. So Chris is just bringing the vehicle up off the seafloor and going to try to have the thrusters go sort of fast in one direction and then another. So as you can see, when you're not looking at the seafloor, it's quite dark here. There's a question, could it be current? You know, there is definitely some effect of current on the vehicle. You feel it both on the umbilical and on the vehicle, but this is not a typical motion that these pilots are very experienced and have been through many different conditions, and it seems a bit different than normal current situation.
Yeah, thanks, Debs. But there's also the effect of topography that can guide current. So again, we're in the middle, we're at the very bottom of a large Y-shaped canyon, and so it would be influenced by both the standard oceanic currents, which is the South Equatorial Current that sweeps in out of the Southwest Pacific towards Australia, and then also any currents that are happening at that local level and guided by topography. So imagine a big drain, and this Y-shaped canyon would direct any near seabed currents through that canyon. So we're traversing across it. You can tell a lot about current activity just by looking at ripples, size of dunes and the like. And so this is as a marine geologist, we're often on the lookout for these kind of features that can tell us a lot about the environment, the energy that's happening at the seafloor. But one other thing I'm noticing is lots of these life traces, trails left on the seabed. They've got an interesting name, Lebensspuren, which is German for life traces. And this is in the literature, the scientific literature, we talk about Lebensspuren. And there's all kinds of different Lebensspuren. There's a whole science on classification to do with trails. And you can imagine what may have left these. These are sea cucumbers typically, or urchins. We've seen urchins before. There's all kinds of animals that can leave life traces on the seafloor. And in the fossil record, there's again a whole scientific world devoted to looking at trace fossils in the fossil environment, where the actual animal isn't there, but the trace of them being there has been left behind in the rock record. So quite an energetic eel here. It's still swimming, but we have to keep moving. People may have noticed that that sort of large mound is probably about the size of a sort of a large softball. It would have been about 10 centimetres across, and we've been coming across a few of these. These are Xenophyophores. Got a new name, monothalamia. It's a bit of a mouthful. But these are foramnifera, and they typically found in the deep ocean in organic rich environments. And what we went over is something called a test. So these are single-celled animals, and they create a skeletal cage. It's using whatever detritus they can find, sand, other debris, and they create these very intricate. There's one coming into view now. So they are round. There's quite intricate tests. If you pick them up, they're very delicate. They can crumble in your hands. But we've seen them fairly regularly on the ROV dives in the Coral Sea Marine Park, and always on the lookout for them. They're quite fascinating. So the name is Xenophyophore. That's with an X. Gents, I wonder if you could just do a zoom close up on one of those, just so we can see how intricate they are. Yeah, this one's probably around about 5 centimetres. Thanks, Debs.
Jeremy is on Facebook and had actually asked for it a little bit earlier, but I was flying, so I didn't catch the message. So we're just going to set up and take a closer look.
Yeah, that's right. You can see now when you get a bit closer, there's some real intricacy to the shape. It's not just a blob on the seafloor, and they're using the sediment around them to create these tests. They're hard, but delicate. They will crumble quite easily if you pick them up. I think it's just remarkable they're made by a single, unicellular animal, foramnifera. Yeah, thanks, Debs. Who's flying today? Who have we got?
Chris is on
the pilots.
Chris is flying right now. I flew for a little bit earlier. Ben's here on the camera, and Jimbo's in the room with us doing some video screenshots and stuff. So, and Russell is around and will probably relieve Chris for lunch.
Copy.
Yeah, thanks very much. And because the ROV pilots do a great job, and they've got this vehicle, the SuBastian, is 3.5 tons. It's the size of a large car, and at the moment it's just under a kilometre, just not quite a kilometre deep. So you can imagine the delicacy of having to fly this and deal with weather at the surface, currents at the sea floor, and trying to keep up with fast-moving eels and squid as well. So it's quite interesting to imagine what it'd be like to fly one of these things.
Chris says he'll let you fly when you come on board, Rob.
Yeah, thanks. I've only ever flown a small ROV. It'd be a toy compared to what you've got. Although I did do an expedition to Antarctica back in 2008 and 7, and we had a giant deep underwater camera 2, which is a benthic camera. All you could do was tow it, not actually drive it. It was deep underwater camera 2 because the first one was left, unfortunately, at 4,000 metres deep in southern Australia on the bottom. So the second one we took to Antarctica, and that was my only chance to fly something in the depths, the sort of depths you guys are dealing with. And it looks like a fairly nice day on the surface there, which is great. We are limited by weather windows. We'll probably do more ROV dives if we could, but out in the coral sea, it's very exposed. There are these 30 large coral reefs, but the wind is just sweeping straight out of the southeast at this time of year, and it can get quite blowy. And so on Wednesday, or maybe even tomorrow evening, Tuesday evening, the wind is going to pick up. Falkor will have to give up any chance of doing ROV dives for a while until that wind drops down. But the Falkor is still very productive. It's doing a lot of mapping. I just checked the latest statistics. You're up to about 20,000 square kilometres that you have mapped on in the Coral Sea Marine Park, which is really, really amazing. Considering that there was no multi-beam data collected anywhere on the Queensland Plateau before you started, and now you've mapped something like a third of Tasmania.
Yeah, and that doesn't include this area here, so that number is everything before this reef. So we've done quite a bit of mapping in the last couple of days in terms of square kilometers, so I can try to actually bring up that number.
Made an adjustment time.
Yeah, Rob, it looks like in this area, I don't think we're going to actually see really any kind of rock outcrop probably along this entire transect. So this, we are slowly, gradually moving up. We're probably almost to the top of that first platform, and then we'll be moving up to the second. So it all is very much covered in sediment here.
Okay, well, that's good to know. We had thought that going up those steeper flanks would expose some rock, but we do have the luxury of time today, so we can do zigzags depending on what we find. But yeah, it's interesting that it's going to be mostly sandy. It's not devoid of marine life, it's just different. But, we've actually seen quite a number of fish and eels, the squid earlier. That's quite interesting in itself. Perhaps we may not see as much coldwater coral systems as communities as we'd hoped, because they're typically attached to exposed rock surfaces. But anyway, it's different, and this is important as well. Yeah, thanks, Debs. We've got the inset here. This is the 3D view from the mapping. So we're going up the steeper flank, although at the seafloor level it's still quite sandy. We had hoped to see a bit more rock debris or even some exposed strata, but perhaps that's not going to be the case. So we're heading up to that first ledge. It's around about this 870 meters, 850 meters, and then there'll be a fairly flat section, and then we go up to that second terrace level, and perhaps a traverse along the face of it. So at the moment we have that flexibility to move around. Each dive we try to plan to be no longer than 2 kilometres in length. Any more than that, it takes all day to get there. And there's another Xenophyophores soft coral coming into view. So we've seen a few of these already. Yeah, so the Xenophyophores is part of the family Alcyonidae. It's a true octocoral. So its tentacles have 8. Each polyp has 8 tentacles. I'm looking at occurrence records. Most of the Xenophyophores records are recorded around Tasmania, southwest Western Australia, and northwest Western Australia, and there's no occurrence records so far in this part of the world. So we can certainly change that, and we will get, in fact, part of this exercise is that we have a fairly big collaboration going with the Australian Museum and the Queensland Museum, and they will be able to update these occurrence records. So it might be timely just to mention some of the other principal investigators that we have involved. There's myself. I'm at the College of Science and Engineering at James Cook University in Cairns, Australia. Actually, I'm about 522 kilometres away from where the ship is right now. My other colleague, marine geologist colleague, is Jodie Webster from the School of Geosciences at University of Sydney in Sydney. With him is Kai T. He's a PhD student, but our resident ichthyologist. His sharp eyes have already just identified new species of fish, mainly up in the mesophotic zone closer to the coral reefs. We have Dr. Brendan Brook. He is a marine geologist too from Geoscience Australia, based in Canberra. He will be leading the next Falkor expedition in July. We have Dr. Tom Bridge from Queensland Museum, Museum of Tropical Queensland. He's the Senior Curator of Corals in Townsville. We have Dr. Merrick Eakins from the Queensland Museum. He's a carnivorous sponge expert. We have Richard Fitzpatrick from Biopixel, a documentary maker based here in Cairns, North Queensland. And Dr. Daniela Ceccarelli, who is a coral reef ecologist. She's currently out there doing coral reef surveys on the edge of the Great Barrier Reef at the moment, and will probably join us in a few days when she gets back from. Hello, Jody. Can you hear us?
Hey, Rob. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, hear you loud and clear.
Good morning, mate. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. It's quite amazing to be chatting with you while we're cruising over the bottom of the Coral Sea. So we're about 3/4 of the way up that first steep side of the canyon. We've gone across the lower flat area, and we're on a sort of gentle rise. It's clearly at the local level, it is a fairly gentle rise. And Debs was just saying it's likely that it's going to be mostly sand and sediment, so not quite the rock reef that rock exposed strata that we'd hoped to see.
Right.
But you never know. We're still fairly deep. Do you want to talk through this canyon, this really quite amazing canyon that's draining out from the edge of the Diamond Islet?
Yeah, this was quite spectacular. We first saw the image or the first data that Debs produced yesterday, and so just to see the structure of the seafloor here is quite amazing. I think we had a couple of multi-beam strips from previous expeditions which weren't specifically to study this area, but were just essentially sort of transiting through. So we knew there was some well-developed canyons here, but I think what really was a big surprise to the two of us was the nature of the drainage patterns, but also these quite distinct different ledges or platforms that we can see. I think that was really a real surprise.
Yeah, Debs is just turning on and off. This is what we used to see.
Okay.
This is this greeny area. A couple of strips of multi-beam. The hint that there's something going on there, and of course, this is the new detail that's superimposed over the top. It's really quite beautiful. Gives complete shape to the seafloor. For me, this is a huge thrill to be able to see the seabed for the first time like this.
Oh, and I can see there in that red area that Debs has shown that's highlighting, I guess that's the area of the seafloor that they mapped last night. So we didn't actually see that. And again, it's very, very different to the margin further to the west. So such an incredible amount of diversity of geomorphology along this same margin. It's quite spectacular.
Yeah, that's right. And so it's probably the most prominent canyon that we've found in all of the mapping that's been done on the Queensland Plateau so far. So it's quite logical that we choose an ROV site, as deep as possible. And a canyon, think of a canyon like a big, it's just a big drain, right? It's draining sediments from the shallow waters into the deep waters, and around all the margins of the world, all the continental margins, canyons are very, very common. They occur pretty much everywhere, and they are some of the largest geological features on Earth, right? You can easily see them in Google Earth imagery if there's been good maps. But canyons are very, very common. And around Australia, there'd be hundreds of individual canyons. And so we can add some more to the list.
Yeah, indeed. As you said, Rob, I'm a marine geologist. My specialty is actually working on coral reef systems, but I actually did my postdoctoral research in the US, and one of the places I worked was a place called the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, which actually has its headquarters right at essentially on the beach, right next to the mouth of the Monterey Canyon. And there's a principal scientist there called Charlie Paul, who was doing some really, really amazing work on canyon systems. And so I got exposed to that a little bit. And then after moving back to Australia, I started to become fascinated with the GBR canyons. And it's an amazing part, an incredible conduit of way that we can move sediments, from the continent across the shelf and then into the deep basins. But spectacular. And we have some charismatic biota here.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of fish life actually, and also deep sea squid earlier. So it's not devoid of marine life. It's just different to what we've been seeing so far.
It looks like there's also some sort of structure on the seafloor there beyond that.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that, Jody. I didn't know if you guys, when you were talking, kind of saw that. The guys have sat down here. They're going to look at this coral, but then they're going to zoom out so you can get a picture. We're kind of on this little bit of a slope, but there's definitely some sort of layering, shelving happening just beyond this.
Yeah, they look to be some sort of rhythmic white layers sort of sticking out of the sediment there.
But this coral, you know, I don't know if people noticed there was a brittle star entwined internally, and that was just it's waving its arms around. But you could easily see the polyps. Someone saying possibly Crossogorgia, which I think might be golden coral.
Oh,
So
yeah.
just getting a little bit of a picture of the landscape right now.
Debs, are we at the top of one of the steps, or we're still working our way up?
Yeah, no, we're just at that first step. I can bring up the fleeter mouse real quick. You can. This is the
that would be great to see the context.
10-meter resolution, so it's a little bumpier because it's a bit deep, but we're kind of just sitting on the corner of this slightly higher mound here that's off to our port. But
it looks like there's a slight ridge.
With that view you've got at the moment, just to the, I guess, facing the reef and to the left, it's in shadow. Is that real? Is that like a particularly bit more, in there, a bit more steep compared to the rest of the?
Yeah, it's a little bit steeper. I mean, I wouldn't say steep. None of this is steep. The angle of it is very shallow. It's sort of slow and sloping, but there's definitely a little bit more buildup, I think, a little bit higher to our right. But from the platform we're on now to that is only up, here, I'll bring up the profile, is 851 to 840, so we're just looking like 10 meters slightly higher. It's really only 100 meters from the bottom where we started to the top of the second plateau, so all of this is fairly gentle.
Yeah, thanks, Debs. Jody, how do you explain this this kind of layering that we're seeing in front of us? It looks hard to me.
Yeah, it does. I'm just wondering whether it's regional stratigraphy that's been exposed. If you step back and have a look at the bathymetry, we're at the flank of the sort of canyon axis, and there are these steps and features that we're diving across, and they actually look somewhat like some small failures or scars. We've seen similar things. If you remember, Rob, some of the work we did in front of the Ribbon Reef 5, in some of the deeper parts of the canyon system, where we would see some of these small failures of the canyon walls, which then sort of failed into the canyon axis. And I guess I missed the very beginning of the slide, but was there any kind of debris or blocks at the base that you came over?
No, it was all very sandy. I mean, there was one or two small blocks, but not like huge fields of it, and mostly sand ripples.
Right.
Yeah, I remember there was just a few boulders. Of course, boulders have been a real feature of this whole expedition. We've seen a lot of undersea landslides, but this is quite different. We're looking at this sort of almost crust-like layer. Is fairly deep, but crust, you can get crust building up on the seafloor, Jody, and I'm thinking of some of the work you've done in Papua New Guinea and even in Hawaii. This is a similar process perhaps down here, in situ crust development at the seafloor? Is that possible?
Yeah. There's a range of different. There's some biologically mediated processes in some of the deep sea and some of these carbonate environments where you can get microbial mats developing, which help the precipitation of calcium carbonate. You can form hard ground, certainly in that way. Of course, there's different processes of inorganic precipitation. We can get iron, manganese sorts of hard grounds. These look like they're white and carbonate. But yeah, there are a number of different processes that can produce crusts.
Oh, it looks like we've got something interesting coming into view now. This, this looks like strata to me, sedimentary strata building up. You mentioned it. It's very white. This is unusual. This typically we have ferromanganese oxide covering most rock. This doesn't seem to be the case here, which is unusual.
It could be we're seeing just a sort of a low sloping expression of the actual original slope deposits at depth. So we're getting coarse layers and fine layers. I mean, it'd be good if we could to zoom in and see if we can, have a look and see if we can see any granular texture within those layers, and that may tell us that we're dealing with some of the original slope deposits which have been exposed by the failure of a small scar. We saw that in some of the other dives as well, where we had these in much steeper faces, but these beautiful stratigraphic layering preserved. But maybe we can use the wonderful camera on the SuBastian to have a closer look.
Yeah, I remember when we first saw that strata, I think it was the South Flinders Reef, and we'd deliberately chosen a scarp face from an underwater landslide. So that we'd gone over the debris boulders at the base, but then as we got onto the actual face left behind, you could see all the internal layering, because these are ancient coral reefs that we're studying, and there's no hint of any volcanic activity. They've just built up through many layers of limestone, and as the Queensland Plateau platform itself has subsided over millions of years, as long as the reef can stay near the sea surface and continue to create coral reefs, it will just stay near the surface while the bottom just gets deeper and deeper, and so you end up with this multiple layers, a sort of multiple wedding cake layer effect. And we actually saw those layers from that undersea landslide. I remember that was quite spectacular.
Yeah, that was the beautiful expression of the anatomy of the previous slope deposits from previous generations of shedding along the margin. And I don't know whether it was, that particular one, there were these huge blocks of lithified limestones that were actually incorporated in some of those deposits. So again, more evidence of the way in which these reef or atoll-like reefs are basically disassembling over millions and hundreds of thousands of years.
We've seen a few of these tripod fish. They're really quite remarkable when you get close up to them, but they're a bit skittish.
Debs, is it possible to bring up the backscatter again that we were looking at in this site? It might be instructive if we can see soft or harder areas.
Yeah, sorry, Judy, I can't bring it up on this computer because Jimbo's using the computer.
No worries.
Yeah.
So what Jody was just mentioning there is, as well as collecting bathymetry or depth data in the multi-beam sonar system, you can get what's called backscatter, and it gives you a sense of the texture of the seafloor, which can be quite valuable. So if the sonar beams reflect off a hard or rough surface, you can get what's called high reflectance, and if it goes off soft or flat seafloor, you can get low reflectance. The relative values between each other at that kind of image level, by comparing one pixel to another, gives you this what's called backscatter map, and it can tell us a lot about is the seafloor soft sediments or hard rock, and it helps guide us when we're choosing an ROV site.
Yeah, it really is incredibly valuable tool for doing marine geology. And some of the work that I've done with my colleagues around Hawaii, actually, and there are some beautiful terrace features there. And on some of the terraces, you can see low backscatter signatures, and if all you in other areas not. And if all you had was the bathymetry data, you would get valuable depth information, but the backscatter information, as you say, Rob, you're able to say something a bit more about the actual nature of the seafloor. And in that particular area, we could identify areas that looked in the bathymetry data as just flat, and the same as the next area, but certain areas were scoured and affected by deeper ocean currents, and there were pavements of these incredible fossil coralline algal nodules preserved at depth. And we were only able to see that in the backscatter, and then able to identify that and sample them directly with an ROV.
Yeah, thanks. I just see you zooming in on this critter here. I'm just trying to understand what it is. I wonder if it's a pycnogonid.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is a pycnogonid. This is a deep sea spider. It's relatively. It has a relationship with arachnids on land.
So how large is that?
Oh, hang on. No, sorry, I could be wrong here. This could be just some kind of crab. Anyway, I'll wait for our experts to sort of ID it for us.
Right.
Yeah, our experts are saying it's just some kind of crustacean. So thank you very much. But it is quite strange to see them swimming. It's not unusual to see crustaceans swimming. Even in Australia, we have the blue swimmer crabs. They're commonly sought after. They're lovely to eat. But here we have deep sea crab that just seems to be very comfortable having a bit of a swim. So just retract that. It's definitely not a pycnogonid. They're quite a different. They've got eight legs. They much smaller body size. We have seen pycnogonids in previous dives. I thought that was it, just until we got a bit closer. But you can see the chellae quite obvious. The claws in front of it. But gee, these.
So how large
swimming
is the body
motions
of that thing? Is there any sense of scale?
Sorry, he's pretty big.
Debs,
He's bigger than the.
from our laser.
No, he's like inside the vehicle right now. So Chris has got his hands off the controls. We're trying to get him to kind of just come away. But yeah, he's pretty big. He's probably bigger than the science camera right now. So I'm just going to see if I can get a second view up for you guys. Chris has got his hands open.
Yeah,
fish tail.
It's this big, yes, I know that.
About a meter across, probably leg to leg.
Yikes.
Oh, brilliant! Now we have seen big sea spiders. They're quite large, but they've been on the seafloor.
Yeah, that looked like definitely a crab of some sort.
What I like about the RVs, you have this other. It's almost like you have this other perspective, almost like that peripheral vision. And as you see things coming off on the side in your periphery, you can backtrack and start zoom in. I'm just astounded how amazing the SuBastian is. You get that almost Google Earth perspective, and then you can zoom right in and look at the, you know, the fleas on the eyelashes of something, and then, you know, you can pick up something off in the periphery and swim over to that. It's really an amazing system.
Yeah, I'll see if I can actually show you guys. Let me set this up real quick, but I set it up the other day to show you every camera on the vehicle all at once. So stand by and I'll give you kind of an idea of what we see in the control room. So here you go for those of you at home. I think I've done this backwards, so hold on 1 second, I'll fix it. 1 second. Here you go. Okay, so the image that you're seeing right now has every single camera the vehicle has on it. So the image in the upper left is the science camera that you're used to watching. The image on the bottom left. The image on the top left is the sit camera. So this is the camera that has an overlay that the pilots used to fly from. The 4-quadrant one in the lower right is HD cameras 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are situational cameras that the pilots use to sort of have an idea of where the vehicle is. So the upper left is HD Cam 1, HD Cam 2 is the upper left, and that shows you looking down at the tool tray. The lower left is the aft camera, so you actually, sometimes we see sharks and other fish swim behind us. And then the lower right, you can see the sit camera, the science camera, so that's our 4K science camera, so it kind of gives you an idea of what direction that's pointed at. And then the quad view up in the upper right are, is the bullet cam is in the upper left, so that actually shows the umbilical connected to the vehicle. And then we have the skid view, which is underneath the vehicle. Currently, right now, the upper right-hand one is pointed at one of the... Chris, what is that upper camera pointed at? The mains compensator. So they're just keeping an eye, the main hydraulic compensator, they've been keeping an eye on that because they've been doing quite a bit of maintenance lately. Typically that is the jar view that you see at times that we zoom in on when we have the suction sampler and we're taking samples. That camera is typically pointed at the jars. So we have a 360 view pretty much of the vehicle at all times here.
Yeah, thanks, Debs. I had no idea you had that many cameras on, because here in Cairns I can only see the science camera, what's in front, but I had no idea you even had cameras behind you watching for sharks sneaking up behind as they do. So that's marvellous.
Yeah, on that question for you, Rob, we've been experimenting with trying to do the structure from motion, or the photomosaicing of the outcrops, and I know you produced some nice images of those rocks. I actually produced another one which I'll share with you a little bit later of some of the outcrops. I'm just wondering whether the situation camera might actually provide a better angle to do that sort of photomosaicing. What do you think?
Yeah, good question, Jody. I wrote an article that's on the cruise log for this. It's on the Schmidt Ocean Institute, Visioning the Coral Sea Marine Park, which is the name of this expedition. And I wrote a cruise log about how you can actually take underwater video and turn it into structure formational photogrammetry. And we did this with some cameras. I'll just stop here for a moment because this is quite beautiful. I'll talk about the photogrammetry. So we've seen this a few times now. We've got a squat lobster with its own home, its own colony, and really quite beautiful to watch. But talking about that structure for motion, I think the only thing that's really limiting it is the angle of the camera pointing to the object that you want to do this kind of 3D modeling on. And so it helps that it's orthogonal, that it's directly facing it. So if you can imagine this kind of UAV mapping on land, it's always pointed downwards, and you get your best results when you have the object that you're photographing in a 90, directly 90 degrees to it. It's not so great when you're kind of sweeping obliquely along the seafloor. And the reason we were able to do it for those other examples was that we had a big rock vertical face in front of us, and so the camera was pointing directly at it. But we were able to take individual frame grabs out of the vision, which is, I think this is 30 frames per second. And we took every 10th frame and we're able to stitch it together into a three-dimensional picture, which I think is pretty amazing, actually, and can be used for all sorts of outreach. And even if it's georeferenced, you can actually plot it directly on Earth in its correct geographic position. And you can do other fancy things like you can do 3D printing with it and all things like that. And we use this technique in universities for helping students to share lab data and all sorts of things. So it can be done with the underwater vision.
Yeah, I agree, Rob. I think it actually has a lot of promise for some of the work that we might try and do when we come back on Dr. Brendan Brooks' cruise, where we have the ability to actually sample some of these structures. So we might be able to combine some of this sort of 3D mosaic or outcrop maps and combine that with sampling to actually map and understand the continuity of specific rock strata along the dive track. I think that could be quite amazing.
Yeah, Jody, and all we need to do is just, as long as the ROV pilots are fully informed, we just have them sweep directly along in front of, let's say, a rock face, and you'll get a much better result.
So I think you guys can see that's current effect on that coral up ahead, so we are seeing a bit of current.
Okay,
Yes,
this is interesting. Yeah.
The ripples
And of course, you've got bed forms all around it. Yeah. Interesting, here at 860 metres, we're getting this much current flow. It's probably the most we've seen of any of the ROV dives yet.
Yeah.
So it's flying like crap, so I do not have.
And of course, the ripples themselves have very sharp ridges. Just in ripple terminology, you've got the lee side. Of course, that's the down side away from the direction of currents, and you have the stoss side. That's the face of the ripple that's facing the currents. And clearly, we're heading into the current. That the direction of the coral fronds waving shows us that we're heading up. And that's interesting because we're in a canyon or the sides of a canyon, and I'd say we're getting the topography is guiding the currents as well. So it's like a big chute, and the currents are sweeping down the canyon axis as we are going up it.
Yeah, really quite spectacular. So just a quick shout out to my partner, Dr. Alicia Thompson, who is actually the director of STEM at one of the high schools in Sydney. And she is now with her Year 9 STEM class, actually watching the YouTube feed live, and apparently they're really, really enjoying the imagery. So great job, guys. Well done.
So I mentioned before, we really welcome our experts from ashore. Looks like we have Steve as coral expert. So thanks very much for joining in, Steve. He's saying that he's identifying possible black corals, and I'm familiar in the way that I shared a month at sea with Jeremy Horowitz in the Coral Sea last year, looking for black corals, and he's doing his PhD on the taxonomy of black corals, both from the deep sea and in the shallow waters. So he's also joined in on some of these ROV dives with the commenting. He's very interested, of course. He'll be joining us on the next Falkor expedition, where we will be able to do sampling. And the aim is to collect some of these black corals and do a whole lot of molecular work on them to work out taxonomy.
Yeah, it's apart from the biological aspects and the taxonomy aspects, which are really fascinating. Of course, there's many new species that are being discovered constantly to science. But another aspect is actually using some of these deep water corals as geochemical traces of the strength and activity and the water temperature of these deeper ocean currents. And so they're actually trapping those within their skeletons. And there's a whole range of geochemical techniques looking at trace elements and stable isotopes now to actually use them as recorders of bottom ocean currents. So in the last 10 years or so, they've really come a long way. And this is really helping us understand deeper water ocean circulation. Seems the ripples are not quite so symmetrical here, so something about the setting has changed.
Yeah, we're starting to move. We're starting to move off to the port area a little bit, so I think we're changing our angle. Let me bring up the fleeter mouse again, and you can see that we're starting to move across to a different waypoint. If I can find my mouse. So you can see that we're starting to move up across this slight incline to the west a little bit.
Debs, are you heading a bit further over to the west where that dark shadow is? Is that the intention?
Well, yeah, originally when I put the waypoints on, it was thinking that we would hopefully see a little bit more ledge structure in this feature, but we're not. So I thought we would come up to the top here and then move along it. So we're actually moving across quite quickly because it's very much mostly sediment. But yeah, so we're just starting that last ascent up that last structure. But yeah, we'll work a little bit towards the west and what that depression is.
Okay, thanks, Debs. That's good. We found that the corners of these ledges are often where you get a lot of marine life because it's just where the currents interact with the changing gradient, and so sometimes you get rock exposed, but there's always some sort of interaction with the near seabed currents at those corners. So we'll see what we find. So Jody, if you're still there, I'm just curious, this next expedition that we've got planned on the deep Great Barrier Reef and also out here on the Queensland Plateau, you want to collect hard limestone rock to do this kind of analysis, isotope analysis, don't you?
Yeah, just basically, if we could collect some rocks from some of these outcrops, it would, in the first instance, we could firstly understand the composition of the deposits, and then we could potentially date them using geochemical techniques as well as biostratigraphic techniques. So, based on the types of microorganisms that are involved. And then there's a really unique opportunity to relate the surface geomorphology of these structures that we're seeing on the seabed with previous international ocean discovery drilling work that was actually done in the 90s. So just, in fact, further to the west of this reef, there was actually a series of deep sediment drill cores to understand the age and nature of these deposits. And so if we could sample some of these features and deposits that we're seeing, we can potentially connect what we're seeing here with what's also seen in some of these older scientific drilling cores.
Yeah, thanks, Jody. It looks like we've got a deep sea sponge here sitting on a stalk, one of these stalk sponges that Merrick Eakins is really interested in. I'm not sure if he can join us a bit later, but Merrick is a specialist in carnivorous sponges that live in the deep ocean, and I think that's what we're seeing here. It's mainly siliceous, so it's a hexactinellid sponge. It's all glass, essentially. Nature's original glass blower, and the whole matrix is made up of these siliceous spicules that create that head, that large, the large part of the sponge itself, but it's sitting on a great long series of strands of glass, pure glass. And the first time I saw this, I thought we actually broken an internet cable on the deep sea floor when they came up in a rock dredge. It was so perfectly formed, twisted fibers of silica about as thick as your finger. So those deep sea cores you're talking about, that would be on the Marion Reef, right? That's just over from, just over the ways across the Townsville Trough. I can't remember when they actually collected those cores, but it's probably the most studied part of the margin, the Great Barrier Reef margin, apart from your own cores that you collected in 2010.
No, actually, Rob, I was thinking about some of the cores that were actually collected on the Queensland Plateau, one of the sites.
Yeah, that's right. And we've got some deep seismic that have been collected by Phil Simmons and people like that from what used to be the Australian Geological Survey Organisation in the late 80s. And this is how we know that the deeper base of the Queensland Plateau is in fact a whole series of upturned continental blocks, pieces of Australia that broke off during the breakup of Gondwana when Australia split from that large landmass. The edges of Australia also broke up, and there were these blocks that kind of shifted out into the deeper ocean, and they formed the base of the Queensland Plateau.
Yeah, and just to follow on, Robert, much of, again, what followed that work was this ocean drilling program cores, and there's actually about a little bit further, well, about 100 kilometres, a bit less than 100 kilometres to the west of Tregrosse Bank is a series of sites, 813, 814, 8112, and so on, which were drilled in the 90s. So there's quite a bit of information about the deeper parts of the Queensland Plateau has come from these cores and others. But here we have some really interesting seafloor here, hard outcrop.
Yeah, but what do you make of these small little tunnels that are look like eroded into it?
Yeah, we were discussing this before. This looks superficially karstic. By that, it looks dissolved and quite old. But yeah, this is really interesting.
Just the shape alone, these small little tunnels, they look almost, created biologically. Imagine some marine life burrowing into it. Of course, all hard limestone old limestones can be bio-eroded. There's many different kinds of marine life that do this. Polychaete, worms, crustaceans, gastropod mollusks. They all they're very effective at eroding. Even algae can erode into old limestone. You've done a lot of science on the bio-erosion, haven't you, Jody?
Yes, yeah, I've done quite a lot of that, but mostly in shallower water. As we're moving up this surface, and you're right, it's incredibly. There's all sorts of holes, but there also appears to be still a stratigraphic layering as we're going up the different layers, which have been, somehow affected by these diagenetic processes, be it biological and chemical.
Debs, if I could ask the ROV crew, is it possible just to kind of continue sweeping along the edge of this on that face rather than just track directly up on top of it?
Yep, we just have to get the ship kind of repositioned, so we'll try to take a look around here.
Can we get the new position a little faster?
Question for you, Rob. We don't seem to see a lot of biologic attached to the outcrops. I would have expected this would be a good place to attach to.
Jody, do you think it's because the current is probably over a knot or so? Do you think it's too much current?
Not sure. It's obviously stripped a lot of the sediment away. If possible, it'd be great to get a sort of a close-up image of some of those cavities to see if we can see anything in those holes, if you're able to maintain position.
Yeah, the guys will sit down here and we'll take a look.
Yeah, there was at least something attached there.
It looks really heavily bi-roded. Got the larger cavities and lots of smaller ones. It's just, if looking at a typical coral core, it looks like limestone, old limestone that's been bio-eroded to my eyes.
Limestone, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we've got another Cross-Gorgia golden coral colony just waving off to the right there. There's actually a fair bit attached to the rocks. It's a little bit more delicate than we've seen out on the seafloor, but there's definitely quite a lot attached here.
No, you're right, Rob, for sure. When we zoom in and look closely, there's a lot of beautiful stuff there. Yeah, the previous geologic work that's been done over decades, certainly the deeper seismic work, the previous drilling, suggests there's at least 3 generations of those ancient carbonate platform development, that had grown, in the Miocene about 10 million years ago. So I just wonder whether we're seeing the surface expression of one of those older carbonate platforms.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is a real feature of the Queensland Plateau, how old it is. It's much older in age than Great Barrier Reef, which you're pretty familiar with. So I think it's tied to these fairly large subsidence events. And the last subsidence event was around 3 million years ago. So if we're talking those kind of ages, we're looking at perhaps limestone that's millions of years old here. So it's not surprising. It has this cast, old, eroded look about it. It might explain some of these strange terrace or platform features that the Falkor's mapped in the last 2 days. So we'll get another chance to go over one of these terraces tomorrow and see if we can see what it internally looks like.
Yeah, I think the one thing this beautiful multi-beam is showing us is we're getting this really excellent and really for the first time a view of the seafloor and the geomorphology of these platforms, and we can see that there's this mix of this original depositional structure, but then all these other processes that have then acted to modify the edges of these platforms, such as submarine landslides, extensive submarine canyon development. So it's a really, really complicated picture of geomorphic development.
Yeah, that's right. And going into this expedition, we started in late April. And the ship's been at sea for a month now. We had very little understanding of what the deep Queensland Plateau looked like. So we'd mapped, the Navy had mapped the shallow reefs themselves, so had a good understanding of where they were and where the edges were. But down around on the plateau surface itself, which is around 1 kilometre deep, we had no understanding at all. And so just the work that's been done in the last month by the Falkor has completely changed our perception of what the Queensland Plateau looks like. And and again, just every day just seems to be new surprises. So in the last 2 days, the ship has been mapping around the front side of this big Diamond Islets. I mean, Diamond Islets it's a huge atoll. It's 100 kilometres long and 50 kilometres wide. This one and its neighbour, the Lihou Reef, is in the top 20 largest coral atolls in the world. So that gives you a sense of how big this thing is. And here on the outward side of it, there are the big canyons and terrace features. So we just continue to be surprised by what the Falkor is discovering. We've got a really good question here. So why wouldn't this be covered in manganese? And I cannot explain this because just about everywhere we've been, particularly down at these depths, rock is typically covered in this very dark ferromanganese oxide. We've seen it up at Osprey Reef. Just about every dive, it's been down deeper than 500 metres. Here we are at 800 metres and this rock looks extremely white. Now, I can't explain this. It just seems odd to me. Any thoughts on that, Jody?
Not really standard quality ones, Rob. Is it something related to how active this part of the canyon might be, how strong the currents might be, such that those processes that produce the manganese oxide are not able to develop? It's just not quiescent enough. But I'm not sure why myself.
Yeah, I just noticed some patches there of dark staining. So it's not that it's completely devoid of manganese oxide current. It's probably just less of it here, but maybe it has something to do with the fact that there's strong currents here. It's not quiescent enough. So for people listening ashore, the ferromanganese oxide refers to this. It's natural in the water column, and it generally precipitates onto rock surfaces. And in some parts of the ocean, there are these great fields of manganese oxide nodules. They're about the size of a softball. You can hold them in your hand, and people target them for deep sea mining because they often lock up precious metals within their structure, and so people are mining these things off the seafloor in very deep parts of the Pacific Ocean and the like the Clarion-Clipperton zone. But we have seen a lot of ferromanganese oxide on most of the rock faces at these depths. It just isn't so obvious here.
Yeah, I wonder again. I worked with a colleague called Jim Hine, who's at the USGS, who's a real specialist in this area, and my sort of intersection with some of these manganese crusts is the coatings that we commonly see, quite thick coatings on some of the drowned reefs work that we've done in the Huon Gulf in Papua New Guinea and Hawaii, and perhaps it might be related to how old this seafloor is, in the sense that is it a relatively young scarp that we're working on, and the fact that this was a submarine landslide face that's happened relatively recently, at least in comparison to some of the other outcrops we've seen. I don't know.
Kubuta Man saying, could this limestone be dissolving on the surface faster than manganese has time to accumulate? And I think that's a pretty reasonable hypothesis. I'd go with that for the moment. I guess the only question is, in these depths, do you get limestone dissolving, Jody? We know limestone dissolves when it's exposed to air, because the rainwater collects carbon dioxide in the air and becomes slightly carbonic acid, and so it tends to melt limestone, and this is how you get a karst environment. Caves form this way, but in the deep ocean, Jody, do you get limestone dissolving?
Yes, you can, Rob. I've definitely seen it in Deeper than this, up to a kilometre and a half, or 2 kilometres in some of the work that we've been doing, you can see, clear evidence of dissolution both within the outcrops, and also when you look at the thin section, which is basically a thin section of the rock placed on a glass slide that we then shine light through, and you can see clear microscale evidence of dissolution. So it is possible. Yeah.
So we're getting some more soft corals and the like, maybe even black corals growing on the crest here. Yeah, but it really just looks like a karst environment to me. I mean, I can walk across a big cave system that we have west of Cairns here called Chillago Caves. It really looks like that.
Again, yeah, at depth in some of the seismic sections and the deeper subsurface geology, they do describe major unconformities that may be related to really significant emergence. So there is longer term geologic evidence of these sorts of things in the region.
Yeah, that's right. And if we are talking, these big subsidence events that happened in the past, the last one being about 3 million years ago, through that time, of course, there's been lots of fluctuations in sea level. So it's quite possible that this at some point was exposed to air, and you get more erosion happening when limestone's exposed to air, and then of course it subsides and it's just preserved down at this depth. So with such a long geological history, millions of years plus, it's possible we're seeing an old karst environment that's now preserved down here at 800 meters. And just the background behind this fish, you can see this is hexactinellid sponges. These are siliceous sponges, and I think I even have a name for them. Yep, Silicalex wilsoni, and we've seen them on pretty much every deep dive we've done here. They have this really typical kind of elongate cup shape, and they're often clustered together. But these are, again, siliceous sponges, hexactinellid sponges. Just made up of just lots and lots of silica spicules all joined together into this cup shape.
Rob, have you seen them in any specific depth ranges based on the dives that you've sat through? Almost all of them. Have you seen any sort of depth distribution?
Yeah, we don't find these higher than about 500 meters depth. So we're definitely in this cold water coral zone. And the pattern that's emerging is that around this sort of 500 to 450 meter mark, we get a really definite change in marine life. And it's related to the thermocline that's sitting here. So it's all cold water coral environment below that 500 meters. And from around that kind of 450 to maybe 400 meters, you pass through that thermocline and the water start warming, becomes more sunlit, and you're into a mesophotic zone. So most of the fauna that we're seeing here is constrained below this 500 meter zone, and it's quite distinct, and we've seen it on nearly every ROV. And we've got, it looks like a rock sponge coming into view. That's this sort of large mass that's appearing on the rock. And again, it's another hexactinellid sponge. Rock, because when you actually break a piece off, it does feel like you've got a big lump of rock in your hand. It's just very, very dense silica spicules, and when it's straight out of the water, it's quite waterlogged and it's quite heavy. The first time we picked it up, it felt like bone, but that's once the water drains out of it, then it becomes quite light. But it's quite a dense siliceous sponge, and if Merrick Eakin were joining us, he'd be able to tell us all about it, because he's a sponge taxonomist at the Queensland Museum, one of our principal investigators.
Yeah, very cool indeed. Oh, what's that hiding in that crevice? Rob and Falkor team, I'm going to have to head off. Alas, I have yet another Zoom meeting, but I've enjoyed the time spent with you guys, and I'll keep following along, and I'll try and jump back in a little bit later. But you guys enjoy the rest of the dive.
Thanks, Jody.
Yeah,
See you later.
Yeah, thanks, Jody. All right, bye.
See you guys. Have fun. Bye, everyone.
Rob, do you want to still keep going the way we're going, or do you want to adhere more closely to the waypoints?
I'm happy to just run traverse along this wall. Thanks, Paul. It's quite interesting. As we're speculating what it is. It's always, I love that speculation. There's also some more soft corals and things popping into view. So we'll keep an eye out for the marine life. If the ship is okay, let's just continue traversing and see what we find.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we'll keep doing what we're doing. Cheers, Rob.
Perhaps if you could just come up a little bit higher on the wall, just so we can get a view of some of the corals that are right on the crest. There seems to be more clustering a little bit higher up on that wall. Thanks very much.
Yeah, it might be difficult for us to do that because of the current that will hit us when we go to the top of the wall, but we're going to give it a try and see what happens.
Yeah, okay, I understood. If that's difficult, then it's best just to sort of poke down a little bit deeper. Yeah, very nice. Are you able to get a little bit closer to that that coral there? Looks like a big sponge, siliceous sponge hanging off on the left-hand side. So just a reminder to everybody, this is the research vessel Falkor, transmitting from the bottom of the Coral Sea. This is on the edge of the Queensland Plateau. Queensland Plateau is a very large carbonate plateau. It's the largest marginal plateau on Earth. It's around 260,000 square kilometres. And the RV Falkor has been out here for a month now, with another 2 weeks to go, having done a magnificent job of mapping the deep Queensland Plateau. And the plateau itself has 30 large coral reefs on them. The Diamond Islets, where we're just off at the moment, is one of the two of the biggest. So there's Diamond Islets, and next to it is the Lehigh Reef. This Diamond Islets reef is an atoll 100 kilometres long and 50 kilometres wide. So it's a very, very large reef system. And over the last 2 days, the Falkor has mapped quite a large undersea canyon that's draining from the edges of the reef. And so we're basically started in the canyon axis, and we've climbed up the wall of that canyon, and now we're traversing along it seems to be a sort of limestone cast terrace feature. It's not very tall, a couple of meters tall, but lots of soft corals and things attached. So it's some of the first hard rock substrate we've come across. This looks like an Xenophyophores octocoral attached to the
For those that are interested, it's 5.7 degrees centigrade down here, on the chilly side.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And I was talking with Jodie Webster earlier about temperature change, and that thermocline is up around that sort of 500 to 450 metre mark, and that's where the temperatures really start changing from 10 to about 12 degrees quite quickly. It looks like we have another hexactinellid hexactinellid sponge in front of us. Got another crab coming into view here, or squat lobster. That's a decent size. You can make out the laser beams right in the centre of the screen. So it's roughly 10 centimetres across its carapace. Yeah, this looks like another one of these rock sponges. They don't have any real coloration on them, but they have this definite massive look about them. And if you were to break that off, you would end up with a piece of sponge that does feel very much like a rock. So we're heading into that darker shadow area from the multi-beam data, and it definitely looks more steep. We've even got hints of caves in here, going back further into the rock face. It's getting quite interesting now. I don't know if you noticed the rock wall almost on it's quite white compared to this more stained area. And we got our, it's a fish coming into view. I hope our fish army is paying attention. You can see the lure, the angler are sticking up from its head. Now this face actually looks like it's been broken off. You're almost looking at the more fresh limestone rock behind. It doesn't have that biroded look. It's more white as well. It looks like this part of the wall is actually broken off, and parts of it would probably be lying further down slope.
However, we're just now at, this is basically what was a darker shaded area on that multi-beam. I've lightened it up. It was just a shading artifact, obviously, from the multi-beam, but this is that spot that was previously darker on the background.
Oh, that's bright.
Oh, he didn't hear me.
Close.
I'm going to repeat that for those of you at home, Rob. I was just saying that we are at that spot that was darker on the background multi-beam. I lightened the grid. It was an artifact of the shading, but we're at that spot right now.
That's what my eyes like. It's so nice.
Yeah, thanks, Tibbs. Of course, all this computer modelling is has a lot of relationship with 3D gaming. We use similar graphics cards that are used by 3D gamers, but part of that process is doing hill shading. And so depending on where you put your artificial sun, the elevation and angle, you can accentuate features, hide them, or even create seafloor that confuses the eye into thinking it's steeper than what it is. But in fact, we are over a sort of a relatively steep area by the looks of things. It's certainly showing that in the ROV imagery. It's got quite vertical walls and a little bit higher, a little bit more vertically higher than when we first started traversing this this limestone scarp.
There's a question from a viewer on Facebook. Why are we all at sea? What if you get COVID while on the ship? Those of us on board have been here since our last port, some before Christmas, some in January, some our last major port call where we all went ashore and had shore leave was in March, early March, so just in Fremantle, Australia. We did have a 2-person crew change in Cairns on our last input in the middle of May, and we had crew members fly out and quarantine for 14 days before joining the ship. So we've been extremely cautious, both with anything we bring on board. There have been nobody allowed on board other than the required pilot. So extreme measures, and we've taken very good care to keep everybody away from the ship. So we have been able to stay at sea because we have all volunteered to stay here for many, many months.
Well, we appreciate this sacrifice here, Debs. It's certainly not planned, but in fact, you're one of the few research ships that are probably out there working at the moment. If you recall 2 months ago how tense things got, here in Australia, the ports were closing all around you, and cruise ships, for instance, were being banned from ports, and there was a very real risk that the Falkor would have been banished from Australian waters. But thankfully, we were able to get exemptions, and you're able to stay here and do this magnificent work. But that kind of goes to how unusual this expedition is, because myself and the other principal investigators were not allowed to join the ship, and we had to come up with a way of staying involved. And so here we are, scattered all across Australia. Myself, I'm in Cairns. I'm about 520 kilometres away from where you are at the moment. But for the last month, we've been doing everything remotely, including doing this audio commentary over the YouTube, which I still find is just mind-blowing for me, to sit here in Cairns and be able to see this magnificent imagery coming into my spare bedroom where I have a computer set up.
Yeah, no worries, Rob. We're happy to be here, and we're glad that we can provide this opportunity and ship to explore the Queensland Plateau and do some additional mapping and provide this live video footage from underwater. There's a question on Facebook. Can you correlate depth here with geological time, i.e. when did the feature appear and how has the depth changed? I'm not sure if that's something that you can answer, but this is from Tim on Facebook.
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's one that we don't have a real good answer to yet. We have a sort of a rough geological, we're talking deep geological time understanding of the Queensland Plateau itself. I've mentioned in other RV dives, the very base, the core of the Queensland Plateau is a series of tilted continental blocks, and these would have originally been part of Australia when it broke up, part of Gondwana, the end of the Cretaceous. But then it wasn't until around 20 million years ago that the whole Queensland Plateau was in the tropical waters, warm enough for coral reefs to start to develop. And so in the Coral Sea, at the very northern end, close to Papua New Guinea, there are very old coral reefs, and they're probably around 20 million years old. But then here on the Queensland Plateau, we know that there are these three big subsidence events. We're at about 20, I think 16, and the last one was about 3 million years ago. And so the entire plateau has subsided, with these big jolts pushing down. And if whatever coral reefs were growing during that period, if they were able to keep pace with any change in the relative sea level, they were able to, those coral reefs will continue to grow. And so now we have these shallow coral reefs. They're sitting on a base that in some places is 1,000 meters high. And so there's a real question mark around these, these terraces that we're going over. This one here is 830 meters. We know there's a couple more above us, which we hope to go over tomorrow in tomorrow's ROV Dive. Are these platforms related to those older subsidence events when that whatever limestone formed is now drowned? So we don't have a clear picture on it, particularly as the seafloor itself has changed vertically through that time. You have to remember, this is not a stable environment, right? The whole plateau itself has sunk at least 3 times that we know of. And the only real way we'll know for sure is to get a rock sample. Unfortunately, we can't do that with this particular expedition, but in the next one coming up in July, we will have permits to collect rocks, and we'll have people like Jodie Webster, who just joined us recently, who can do this kind of age dating on the rocks, and then we can tell for sure exactly how old this rock is and get a clearer picture of the origin, the geological story of the Queensland Plateau.
Trying to zoom in here on this small circular object, see how close we can get. Not sure what it is. Can't get much closer, so still an unsolved mystery of today.
So Debs, we did that photogrammetry exercise where we pulled out some rock walls and created 3D pictures. This might be a good place to do it. And all I would need you to do is angle a little bit more facing the wall and then run along it for about maybe 10 or 20 seconds. That's it. So you're pointing directly at it and you just keep your light as stable as possible, and you just run along it and just keep it at that angle for a while. We'll be able to take individual screen captures and I can generate a 3D model from the photos. I think that would look quite cool, especially with this strange little tunnels burrowed into the wall. That's it. Just keep pointing at the wall and drifting fairly slowly. Yep. And we should be able to create a very interesting 3D perspective of this.
Yeah, no problem. The guys are working on it now. There is quite a bit of current. So Chris has left the camera alone and the lights alone. So Russ is just flying along the wall here.
Yeah, that's probably enough. You see, as it angles away, it's not so good for photogrammetry because the view of the wall is a bit oblique to the camera.
Yep.
And don't zoom. That doesn't help either. So you just need to keep it at the same focal distance.
Yeah.
And just drift along.
Chris thought we were done. That's why he zoomed, because we had changed angles. So we're going to zoom in on something in this hole here, though. So, go ahead and zoom.
It's fine.
I think it's it looks like a giant lobster tail or something in there, or maybe a worm.
Yeah, well spotted. Slightly blue-grey
Trilodite? Is that what
in colour.
Chris and Russ think it's a trilodite, and they say they're quite freaky to look at. So maybe that's where some of these burrows come from. Yeah, the current is just really becoming challenging to hold steady off the wall and zoom in. So you get this, imagine trying to zoom your camera in and then keep it steady on a moving boat or something, or a moving platform, or...
Yeah, look, it looks like the back of an isopod. So it looked like a giant isopod. Are you able to find it again? It has the same coloration. I mean, these can be quite large in the deep sea. I did an expedition down to Antarctica, and you could pick them up like the size of a cat. They're quite a large beast. But this looks like the back of it.
Yeah.
You can just see it's. They have an armor. They have a layered.
Maybe he's going to come out and
Here we
play.
go. It's starting to move. Yeah, it's backing out. Excellent.
Maybe. Chris says he can grab him, but we'll break it. So we're gonna leave him alone. He's just taking a nap with his head in the hole.
But it's interesting question you mentioned before. Could this be causing the holes? I mean, you look at the shape of an isopod. They're flat underneath. They're domed on top. Are we just looking at these little burrows? Are these just giant isopod burrows? They all have the same shape. Now that's really weird to me. When we first saw them, when Jodie Webster was talking, we were talking about bioerosion, and when I think of bioerosion in karst environments, I think of gastropods and polychaete worms and the like. They're small. They're small animals, but this is this is a giant isopod. Are we looking at the multiple burrows left behind by giant isopods? I put that out to the people watching ashore. Could this be what we're looking at here? Just lots of homes for isopods. Okay, so I'm going to throw out my hypothesis that we're looking at giant isopod homes. We just need to see a few more to confirm it. That'd be fascinating to think that these animals that are making these burrows.
There's a question about the wall, and Russ, our pilot, thinks it's quite soft. I think if we were to try to take the arm and break it off, it would crumble quite easily.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Friable nature is probably friable is the word I'd use. We saw a wall earlier. It was very sheer. It was white. It was lacking holes, so it's clearly parts of it have collapsed and fallen off. So, but still, limestone can be very hard. You can actually, you need a hammer at times to break a bit of cast limestone. But, we're talking. If we're talking an isopod creating these holes, they're quite armoured in themselves. They're a crustacean with an exoskeleton, and that one we saw earlier, it was a good 10 centimetres across, so it's probably about 20 centimetres long at least. It's quite possible it might be able to burrow into, just a small little cavity and just continue working on that.
Yeah, Steve said on YouTube, the burrows are always a bit of a chicken and an egg question. Did the burrows provide shelter for the critter, or did the critter make the burrow? So he said he doesn't know enough yet about the animal behavior. So it's also an interesting question, just like we build our houses, but most animals find something to use for a home. So.
Debs, I'm going to have to leave shortly to go and get some lunch here. Pretty hungry. A suggestion is, if you can, continue walking your way along this wall as far as you can, rather than the original plan, which was to pop up on top of this terrace. My guess is once we pop up, we'll be back into that soft sediment environment. It's not devoid of life, of course, but this wall is very interesting, and I'd really like to see if there's any more isopods in these other burrows or holes.
Yeah, absolutely. No issue from us and the ROV team, so we'll continue moving west along this wall as it curves around, and we'll see what we can see. And enjoy your break, and we'll see you when you come back. So for those of you at home, this is Schmidt Ocean Institute, Research Vessel Falkor, and ROV SuBastian. Our Chief Scientist, Dr. Robin Beeman, is going to take a quick break. So if you have any questions for the control room, please feel free to shout them out on YouTube and Facebook. Russ is currently flying the ROV, and Chris is working the camera. Jimbo's doing some frame grabs, and I'm here running the Fleeter Mouse and video screens and answering your questions on Facebook and YouTube. So thanks for coming along on the dive with us today. So we just moved up over the top of that feature for a moment because we're going to zoom in on this coral, and it's quite interesting because there's quite a bit of current flow on it. Shrimp next to it. Looks like somebody's been munching on this coral. Ashley's question, what's the weather like today? It's beautiful and sunny out and warm, calm.
Australia, we get pictures of.
Chris says it's the Australia we get pictures of. It's been quite windy and breezy and mixed weather over the last few weeks, so it's nice to have a warm, sunny day. Yeah, I think as we get farther west around the corner, we're going to start losing some of this feature. It starts to flatten out. Steve said that was a hexapathes black coral. Put the subsets here on the right. So the picture on the top is the situational camera, so you can kind of see a little bit farther away. And Fledermaus window shows you where we are in relation to the background, where the little yellow square. We're just having a quick look at this coral and squat lobster, sea star attached to this coral. For those of you who weren't with us in the very beginning of the dive, one of the first things we sat down on were these very pretty pink and purple iridescent snails. Jimbo in the back of the room is asking Russ to find him more of them.
But he's never satisfied.
Because he's not ever satisfied with whatever we find. This is a brittle star, yes. And another isopod at the top. Look, another isopod and a burrow.
Is that big enough for you, or can we put them together?
Well, I want to see his head.
We're going to see if we can zoom in on this isopod.
Sit down right, rest the coral.
It's kind of a weird trench feature there on the right of it too.
I don't know what's
Maybe.
going on. Monday blues.
There's a conversation about why they're all sleeping potentially or stuck in their burrow. Oh, he's tucking in farther.
Look at his burrow though. There's my mom and her friends, and they walk around like windows in their house. Still see you, buddy.
Okay, taking a peek with our camera. And we're moving on. So it does seem like there are one or two isopods in these burrows. Looks like a fish. Multicolored, although this one's red, the other one was green and blue. It's quite cool. He's got really cool fins. He's turning around to take a look at us. Oh, sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. We're having trouble keeping the vehicle. This current is quite challenging down here, so sat down and tried to take a look.
Yeah, so the cars. And that's David.
Looks like a big fish up ahead. On the left. Or is it a coral? Oh, it's a coral. Okay, so here's a question for all of you viewers at home. If you could plan an expedition on Falkor and take the ship and the ROV anywhere in the world, where would you take it? Chris wants to go to Antarctica. I'm with Chris. I'd take it to Antarctica. Jimbo, how about you? Where would you go? Antarctica. That's 3 Antarcticas in the room. He's been there. Jimbo's been several times. I've never been. Where? Ben would take the ship and the vehicle to the Caribbean, Kirks and Caicos. Yeah, I agree. I'd rather go sailing in Turks and Caicos than take the ship there. What about you, Russ? Peru? Peru? Russ would take it to Peru. Anybody else have any ideas of where you would take Falkor and ROV SuBastian to explore the underwater realm? Kubota Man Dan says Mariana's Trench. Dave wants to go to Europa. Man, we would need a really big space shuttle. Okay, Paul wants to take it to Haida Gwaii. I actually didn't know where this was. Russ is educating me. Tasmania, Australia. Yeah, I think that would be a pretty cool one. Solomon Islands, Tasmania, Mariana's Trench, Lake Superior. That would be interesting. Back to North Hornet Osprey Reef. I know, Julia. I think it would be fun to do a lot more dives up there as well. Julia wants to go back up to Osprey Reef where we were at the beginning. Gulf of Mexico so that you could come visit us when we came to port. Challenger Deep. Steve says he's partial to the Caribbean also. Second would be the Southern Ocean. Very different geological rock here. I wish Rob and Jody were on. It's definitely a complete different color than everything else we've been seeing. Jimbo, you got some pictures of that, Jimbo? Ben's suggesting day trips in the Caribbean and go back to the beach at night. I like that idea. Chris says if that's the case, then Eastern Mediterranean. The question is the ROV built for trenches that deep. So ROV SuBastian can go to 4,500 meters. So no, Challenger Deep would be too deep for ROV SuBastian. So we would have to design and build a deeper ROV. Somebody suggested the Bermuda Triangle. A couple of the guys in the room say they've been there. Mediterranean. California borderlands to study why hagfish were observed hiding out in trumpet sponges. Sounds like an interesting expedition, Dave. And Jimbo really wants the Canadian Arctic Ocean to see narwhals. Thanks, guys, for playing along. It's been fun to see what everybody would be interested in exploring.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, they will continue to go west, or is it turn towards the here? Yes, I'll try and make my way across the city. Yeah, do you need to change?
So we're just going to sit down for a minute and take a look around. We need to wait for the vehicle to reposition. This happens quite frequently. The sort of, I think we've talked about it before, but the tandem work between the ROV and the ship has to be something that's constantly monitored and updated throughout the dive. Jimbo, you have a fan. Somebody else wants to see narwhals as well.
Just closest you've seen in the narwhal is the narwhal manufactured by I'll do some med work like in the Adriatic and the Aegean. I could do that, but I think I'm more like what's in the Mediterranean? Water.
so for those of you watching at home, we're just sort of working our way back along our transect, back to the area of this sort of better geological feature, just to kind of do a little more exploration. We went all the way to the west and waited until it turned into just straight sand, so we're starting to work our way back east along similar transect that we did just a few hours ago. So for those of you watching at home, there are times that I'll mute the audio. Dr. Robin Beeman, our chief scientist, is taking a break for right now. So if you do have questions, you can reach out on YouTube and Facebook, and we can try to answer them here in the control room if they're about the ROV or Falkor or this expedition. But otherwise, we're just sort of exploring the area, zooming in on things that we see, and working our way back to a more interesting geological area. And I think Rob's going to come back in and join us.
Hello, Debs. This is Rob Beeman.
Hi, Rob.
Calling in from Cairns. Can you hear me?
Hi, Rob. We can hear you.
So I just ducked out for lunch. Just curious, how's my giant isopod burrowing hypothesis holding out?
Yeah, so we saw one more giant isopod in a little crevice while you were at lunch, and so yeah, I think we definitely, I saw the video you sent me. You know, it's definitely a really good hypothesis. It looks like that. We're just, so you know, we're moving our way back east again along our transect. We made it to the west, and it just tapered out and then became straight just sand and small waves. So we're just working our way back to these more interesting geological areas, and then going to work a little bit farther south, like down and up the slope. So so I will bring up so you can see it, the inset on Fledermaus, but vehicle is now here.
Okay, yeah, this is good. This is a really interesting wall. I mean, if we're sticking with this idea of a giant isopod, and you know, a possible genesis, Bathynomus, the YouTube video link I showed has really distinct and very similar style burrows, flat at the bottom, domed at the top. We've seen two holes now with Bathynomus. One thing to look for, though, if this is burrowing, we might see evidence of sand being pushed out from the edge. So what we were looking for is anything that's fresh looking, that's you know, where sand has been pushed out of the hole. That would kind of reinforce the idea that these are small burrows from a isopod.
Wait, can you zoom in on that dangling bit off the hunting carnivorous sponges from Merrick? I'm still not sure. I would think I would see one, but that one looked very lollipop-ish like.
Yeah, we've seen a few already on the dive this morning, and along this rock wall there's been some of these rock sponges. They're a hexactinellid silicious sponge as well. They stand out from the wall. They look a little bit like you know, wild honeybee combs that sort of just push out from the rock, so they're quite distinctive when you see them.
There's an isopod.
Yeah, right there.
Could be the same one we looked at earlier. Mm.
If people are on the YouTube chat, there's a link I put there for a Bathynomus at Montserrat, which is a long way from here, but just the back of this one looks almost exactly the same. You know, coloration, those little spikes along the back of its carapace. It's, yeah, quite a very similar looking animal. I'd like to see it do some burrowing though.
I've just added up the link on YouTube. People can't actually add links on the YouTube chat, so I think it's blocked for people outside of SOI. There's a question that came in on Facebook from Todd. Have you ever used the thrusters to clear the sand and see below it as it happens in the shallow scubas? Yes, we have. We've definitely used it to clear some sand away to see it. And then question 2, have you ever used a chum block on the ROV to leave a trail and if you see anything? I don't believe we've done that, but we have used landers where we've there have been bait left in and then we've dove on the landers. We've also had some fish traps on the ROV, and we have gone silent and black for a few minutes to see, to try to see if we see bioluminescence. We don't typically see it. We occasionally on different types of coral and stuff have done that experiment. I know that in the past there have been some successful attempts at that, but more than not, we don't typically see bioluminescence on with just turning the lights off on the vehicle.
Yeah, thanks, Debs. And some previous research has been done in the Coral Sea was with Justin Marshall, who's a professor of the Brain Institute at University of Queensland. He developed some landers, some deep sea landers that were dropped into the Coral Sea. They used low lights and bait to trap fish, and I think they saw a really big 6-gilled shark at over 1,000 meters that came in for the food. So those landers were quite expensive, and I got involved with that, and he volunteered to drop that on a place called the Gloria Knolls, which is west of where you are, in about 1,200 meters of water. It's very, very muddy. It had an acoustic release that when you transmit it to say release, the idea is that buoyancy floats would pull it back to the surface. And for the one that they deployed for me, they sent the release signal out, but it didn't unwind. And so that 70-odd thousand piece of kit is still stuck in the mud in the Gloria Knolls, just west of where you are. Interestingly, we're going back there with the Falkor in the next voyage in July. Or maybe we'll recover it.
Yeah, it's interesting. We have a lander here on Falkor. It was used in the Ningaloo Canyons expedition, just the previous expedition, and we were quite successful with utilizing it and its acoustic release. We have had times where we've had to have the ROV release it, but I'm sure if you guys are going back to that exact spot with Falkor and ROV SuBastian, it's something that possibly could definitely be recovered.
Well, it's a few years late, but Justin Marshall might appreciate it because it records video. Eventually, the video would run out, but it was fully watertight. for that depth. So there's no reason why it wouldn't be recoverable if we were to come across it. Be interesting. So he didn't actually charge me the cost of that loss. Well, I think insurance paid for it, but it was still very disappointing because it would have been our first look with any kind of camera down at these depths in the Coral Sea. So if it weren't for losing that, we would have had some vision. As it turns out, the Falkor is the first to go down to these depths, right? We've had nothing quite to this depth before. So you really are pioneers in lots of ways, both in the mapping and the underwater video for the Coral Sea.
That's great. Yeah, we completely understand the loss of a lander. Very early on in Falkor's expeditions, there was a lander deployment that was not recovered. So we used to have 2 and now have 1. But yeah, it's been modified quite a bit and used on a couple of expeditions now recently in the last year. So very familiar with landers. We've also used them as sort of an elevator for the ROV. You know, it provides an additional platform to stow gear and equipment and tools and samples.
I remember tossing ideas around with some of the other principal investigators before this voyage got underway, and I'm not sure if we ever posed the question to you, but you know, could you put food on I don't know, an arm of the SuBastian and just let it sit there for a while and see what's attracted? I think I was more thinking it from the perspective of attracting Nautilus, but of course we've seen lots of Nautilus. They didn't need any more help from us than just simply being there. We've, I think, three sites now we've seen living Nautilus, and on a couple of others we've seen Nautilus shells. So there's plenty around, and they don't need bait to attract.
Yeah, we've been quite fortunate in being able to see the Nautilus we have, so I know everybody here has been really enjoying that footage.
But it's not quite the habitat that we're in at the moment for Nautilus. They tend to be found in this sort of 500 to 700 metre zone, right up hard against a reef. But here we're a lot further out, away from the shore, on this ledge that's many kilometres away from the actual shallow coral reef. So it's not the sort of habitat. That said, anything, you never know what surprises you're going to get, but my gut feeling is this isn't quite the habitat for finding Nautilus in. Yeah, thanks, Deb. It looks like we're sort of about halfway back, traversing along that wall, back to our original entry point. So it is quite interesting. We've got soft corals and black corals typically attached on the crest, and then of course we think that these burrows are possible burrows for for giant isopods. Of course, we've only seen 2 so far, I believe, but we need to keep our eyes peeled. And there's also been a fair few fish and shrimp lying around. So there's still plenty of life out here on this this strange karst-like environment. Yes, I recognise this wall. This is that very that wall that probably caved away. You can see how white the rock is underneath compared to the remainder of the wall. So this is probably sheared off, and there's boulders lying down on the lower slopes. The viewers may be able to see this 3D inset that we're just having a bit of a bird's eye view or fish eye view flying over. So we're on the left-hand arm of that Y-shaped canyon. It's quite big. It's many, many kilometres long, and we've climbed up the wall just where it bends. Let's see if you can see the cursor. We've gone up that bend, and we're along one of those faces, one of those steeper faces, and that's what this rock wall is that we're traversing along. Yep, thanks, that's a great view. But if you look behind it, there's this fairly long terrace that's quite a few kilometres wide, and then there's another steep jump up, quite a big scarp, at least 2 more ledges before you even get to the base of the coral reef. The coral reef is that really colourful zone right up top that's around 50 metres deep. So you can see there's a series of terraces here. That pink area has these strange linear kind of crests across them. Now these could be gullies, or it could even be large bed forms. It's hard to know, but if we dive across these tomorrow, we'll have a chance to ground truth and find out what it is. My gut feeling is that it's these erosional features, and this is probably a hard rock limestone platform, similar to the rock that we're traversing at the moment, just a little bit higher up, shallow water.
This fish is still here on this ledge. Looks like he's just enjoying sitting quietly by himself.
Yeah, and because if we're looking right from behind, I think it's a coffin fish. But see if you can catch that lure sitting on its head. We got a really good look at it before.
Gone.
We,
Hey everybody, this
yep,
is a
yep,
Dumbo
yep.
octopus. Sorry, we're having a little side conversation, and then I just realized it's a Dumbo. I love these. Are my favorite. I'm sorry, hands down, Dumbo octopus are my favorite creature.
Oh, we'll have to swap my picture back, Debs.
It's a really dark color, but I could see his ear flaps quite well, and tentacles. He's these are really interesting creatures because they can pull their skin kind of up in between their tentacles or broaden them out to kind of balloon an umbrella down. He's only about 3 inches long, so he's really tiny. You can see the lasers just ahead of him. So actually it looks about 10 centimeters long, if just under. Very small.
That's right. The bottom is actually the mouth, where the mouth is, and it's got modified fins on its head, which it flaps like, you know, a Dumbo from Disney fame.
Yeah, we've seen some really, in Phoenix Island protected area up in the Pacific, we saw some really, really big ones, probably about 2,000 meters deep, so really cool creatures. Geology here is interesting. It's kind of more slopey, but it's kind of catching the sediment as it comes down the slope.
So well spotted, you guys. That's my first live Dumbo octopus on this expedition. I have to say, I just am thrilled at some of the other cephalopods we've seen. Of course, the nautilus, the chambered nautilus, we've seen lots of living ones as well as dead shells on the seafloor that seem to be very common throughout the coral sea and these reefs. We've seen pelagic squid, Chiroteuthis, that was up at North Horn of Osprey Reef. I just was gobsmacked at how beautiful that was. Completely translucent, long arms trailing, really just most amazing animal that I've seen on this entire expedition. And then we've seen some deep sea squid. We've seen reef octopus. We saw a fairly large octopus in amongst the reef, more reefs. And our last dive, we saw a tiny little mimic octopus, probably smaller than your hand, just near the end of the dive. So there's been some real surprises with the cephalopods all through this journey. Can you just get a close-up of this soft coral, the long whip-like? I just want to see if it's a bamboo coral. If it is, you'll be able to make out the segments that make up the bamboo pieces. Oh yeah, this is a bamboo coral for sure. So you can see those black nodes. Think of it almost like vertebrae. So each piece, when they die, they break up. They do in fact look like a little piece of bamboo. And this is a living one. And there's a Xenophyophores sitting behind. That's this foraminifera we talked about earlier. But each one of these segments are probably around about 5 to 10 centimetres long, and it's all joined together. And the living polyps are obviously the longer towards the end of this big long bamboo stalk. But they can grow to many metres long, and then they are very, very slow growing. When you pick up some dead fossil bamboo coral and cut it open, the inside is these concentric rings, like the rings of a tree. And we've talked a fair bit before now about the use of corals to understand the environment which they lived in. And so bamboo corals is one of these species, these type of corals that we can actually do a whole lot of isotopic analysis on and look at their age, the water chemistry for when they were living. And I previously had a grant to go down to Australian Nuclear Science Technology Organisation in Lucas Heights in Sydney and do a whole lot of age dating on fossil bamboo corals that we'd collected in the Coral Sea. See lots of giant isopod tunnels here. Well, that's what I'm sticking to. That's my idea. I'm sticking to it. We just need to see a few more of these. And of course, evidence would also be the maybe some freshly dug material sitting out the front of these holes. That would also be a bit of a giveaway that these these holes, these dome-like holes, are created by a giant isopod. So I just had a question here from one of the people asking, could we poke some of this rock to see how soft it is? Is it possible to bring the arm out and get a little closer and see if we can actually, to see how friable it is? Is that possible?
Yeah, Rob, sorry, I was having a conversation with somebody else. The guys are saying you were asking about touching the rock. I know we don't have a permit to sample, but I think we were also under the impression that we weren't allowed to make any change to the environment. But that's up to you to also make that call.
Yeah, fair comment. And it's true, we do not have a permit to collect any samples. It was more, I'm wondering if there's any sense of feel through the controls of the arm that allow you to tell how hard this rock is.
No, so there's no forced touch back on the arm, but they definitely can just sort of touch the rock a little bit and see what how quickly it crumbles or not. So we can take one of these corners where there's nothing growing on it. We can just see how easily it crumbles and then leave that sample behind. We're just going to get the vehicle set down and in a stable position. And then Ben's actually operating the arm. Let's see if I can give you guys a view of the control room here real quick while Ben does this, because you don't actually get to see this very often. So, yeah, I want you to maybe open the corner of a... So it's incredibly soft, Russ is saying, and as you can see, that just touching it with that T4 arm. And you can see Ben is controlling
that's really useful.
Controlling the arm.
That has value in itself.
Yeah.
So if we run with the idea that these burrows are homes created by perhaps a giant isopod, then it means that the substrate is soft enough that you can burrow into it. It's not really solid, hard rock. So that's really useful to know.
Yeah, sort of like
so
chalk.
Thanks very much, guys.
Very soft. Yeah, no worries.
I mean, it would be the ultimate telepresence, wouldn't it? You're a kilometre up the end of it, umbilical, but you can actually put your hand in a glove and feel the softness of whatever it is a kilometre away.
Yeah, they do
I know we're heading down that path with robotics. But it's quite amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, they do already have those systems. We just don't have one on board. Question on Facebook. I wonder what would be found in the Columbia River meets the ocean here in the Northwest U.S. Rod, we've done a couple of expeditions out in that area. Our last two shipyards were at Portland Vigor Shipyard. So quite a number of expeditions over the last 2 years were done just outside the Columbia River in the Pacific Northwest. So take a look at Schmidt Ocean ROV.org and look back through the expeditions, and you'll probably get a bit of information about that area.
Yes, and we want to keep our eyes peeled for isopods. We've found 2 so far in these holes. We'd like to see more, of course, just to confirm our hypothesis. The other giveaways, the traces. You know, if we're seeing like the evidence of burrowing and sediments pushed out out of the hole, like on that YouTube clip, it was quite obvious that the isopod had pushed out a whole lot of fresh sediment at the mouth of these burrows. So that's another giveaway. We need to keep an eye out for that.
Just going to zoom in on this sea cucumber. So we're just starting to see, as we move farther to the east, these features are starting to slowly go away, and this is about where we started seeing them earlier today in the dive. So we'll probably get back to quite a sandy landscape, which we can go ahead and climb up if you'd like, Rob, but we're kind of out of geological structures.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's been a really fascinating couple of hours. There's been all sorts of things in there. I can still see some squat lobsters, and like it seems lots of animals are making use of these holes, but perhaps the original inhabitant with these giant isopods. For me, if that is the case, that's a real highlight. You know, that we are looking at a bio-eroded landscape or bioengineering. You know, they've taken the geological, the underlying geology, and they've completely modified it into a habitat for them, as shelter for themselves. And of course, lots of animals are making use of this as well. So we can, if we've run out of rock, then we should continue on our way. This is the terrace that's sort of around that 800 to 750 meters. It'll be fairly flat. We expect to see a lot of sand. The marine life is, of course, is quite different, but there's still some surprises there. So if you want to continue up onto that sandy terrace, then let's do that and see what we find.
Okay, so yeah, we're just going to run this last bit of rock till it runs out here towards the east, and then we'll move north and I guess keep going north over the sandy landscape until we're ready to start recovery. Recovery takes a little bit longer for us when we leave at 800 meters, so yeah, we'll go on for another little while. Hi, Rob. I'm going to sign off for the day. I'm going to pass off to Carl, so I'll just say have a good rest of the dive. I'll be checking in back with you guys later. I will put up that plan that we spoke about earlier for tonight's mapping, and I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, thanks very much, Debs. I appreciate all your your help this morning, and hope you have a relaxing afternoon.
Thanks, cheers. Bye, everybody on YouTube and Facebook. Thanks for joining me this morning.
Hey guys, yeah, can you just zoom in on that? Have a closer look. Not sure if it's it looks like a comatulate crinoid stuck on the rock, but we have seen them attached to soft corals and lake. Haven't seen too many just sitting directly on the substrate, but that's a very large one. Yeah, so we're looking at a feather star here. A crinoid, this is one of the non-stalked ones. So the stalked ones I'm particularly interested in. These are sea lilies is the sort of other common name, and we have seen them on previous dives and always in these deeper waters. So that's something we need to keep an eye out for. But those feather stars, they're mobile. They can even swim. They have a beautiful, graceful swimming motion, and usually only when they're disturbed. That one was quite. So there's some discussion on YouTube chat about whale falls and the like. It's fascinating, the whole ecology around dead cetaceans and on the seafloor. We have not seen any cetaceans. Something in one of those burrows just to the left. I was going to say we haven't seen anything like that in the Coral Sea, but I know of colleagues who have put dead fish down at the base of Osprey Reef, and within a very short period of time, nautilus were quickly swarming all over it. So they've certainly got a great sense of smell, and they can detect dead flesh quite quickly. So just talking about the Schmidt Ocean Institute year-long series of expeditions around Australia. The Falkor arrived around January in Australia during that period of bushfires and had a big welcome and to country ceremony at the Australian National Museum in Sydney, but then proceeded along the southern part of Australia to its first dedicated expedition to the Bremer Canyon. And I mention it now because Bremer Canyon's a well-known cetacean hotspot in Australia. I guess upwelling just concentrates a lot of plankton there, and whales are very, very common in the Bremer Canyon. And so during the SuBastian dives during that expedition, they came across quite a few skeletons of cetaceans, small whales. No freshly dead from what I watched, but there was certainly lots of skeletal material in places, crawling with all kinds of marine life attached to it. So there's this whole ecosystem that's associated with dead animals, and particularly whale-fall out in the deep ocean. But unfortunately, nothing quite the same out here in the Coral Sea. That said, there's certainly enough scavengers around, and I think I mentioned the Nautilus. Everywhere where previous experiments had put down food, like chicken bones and the like, inside cages you'd have Nautilus attracted to the smell of the chicken, and this was the subject of Andy Dunstan's PhD work, counting and collecting, working out the population of the Nautilus up at Osprey Reef. So this is another Anthomastus, a soft coral, so it's an octocoral. Gorgon's head is a sort of a common name for them. They typically branch out from one large base. We've seen them on just about every deep dive in the Coral Sea so far. This is where we welcome our expert observers from ashore who can put names, ID some of these corals. I'm not familiar with all of them at all. Easy to get confused, but possible that large one is a black coral, Antipatharia, and these other ones possibly Analopsamia, which is a scleractinian colonial coral. But it'd be good to have our experts ashore confirm what we're looking at there. I wonder if we've got our fish army colleagues watching who can ID this fish, about 10 centimetres long. So it's a really strange looking landscape, isn't it? But now that we know it's very, very soft, if anyone was tuning in about 20 minutes ago, we touched it with the RV arm and it just crumbled away. So it's a soft chalk. So it's no surprise we have this very strange, almost tower cast-like environment, but it's not cast as in hard limestone. It's actually soft chalk, and we believe these dome-like burrows are probably caused by giant isopods. But living in amongst it, there's still plenty of life. We've seen lots of shrimp and some fish in places, and I believe this is across the Gorgia. It's a golden coral. We've seen quite a few of these attached to this chalky limestone. Another squid in the background. Great flying the ROV, guys, to be able to follow this pretty active squid. You can see it's feeding tentacles, sort of hanging a bit lower than the 8 arms. But it's got this very unusual behaviour. It's pointing downwards. It seems to be touching the seafloor.
Hey Rob, the white stuff on these rocks, is it bacterial mat or is it something else?
Yeah, I think something a bit more simpler than that. We know that this is quite soft. You saw the arm reach out and just crumbled, and so clearly parts of this is breaking off. Now the staining, this kind of light brown, this light dark, or this dark, sorry, light brown staining, is likely ferromanganese oxide staining the surface, and so my guess is parts of this substrate just crumbles away for whatever reason, becomes unstable, and then what you're left with is the fresh exposed face, and so that isn't as stained as the surrounding rock. So I think that's probably all it is, rather than any kind of bacterial effect.
Wonderful, thank you for the explanation. That makes sense.
Yeah, if you recall, there was that longer transect a little further left of where you are now. There was that whole wall had actually fallen away, and so it had hardly any burrows on it. It was almost just completely flat, and that had a very, very white colour about it as well. And then once you got back into this sort of more eroded stained landscape, it was quite different. So I really think it's just parts of it have been broken off over time.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially when we saw how easily it broke when we just touched it with the manipulator of the ROV. Yeah, it totally makes sense.
I'm just curious, what's the currents like now? Is it still pretty strong? Earlier this morning you were saying it was quite strong currents down around this way.
The ROV pilots are certainly feeling it down there as well. Unfortunately, we're at just over 800 meters here, 820 meters. Our ADCPs are only able to measure currents down to a little over 600 meters, so we can't actually measure them.
Yeah, fair enough. But I guess the fact that you've got, almost a kilometre of line out down in the middle of a canyon, and I can just see from the marine snow, the sediment that's being mobilised by the ROV, it seems to be a bit of current flow. The other giveaway is that we're starting to see bed forms. These are the ripples on the seafloor. Now, this can only form in high current environment, and so, it looks like that's the we're heading into a stronger current zone.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, the current at around 600 meters is quarter a knot to a third of a knot, so it could definitely, have a significant drag effect on the umbilical.
We've got a basket star. Most of its arms are all folded up. Of course, when that's out feeding, that widely spreads and just has multiple branches along each one of its arms. Quite amazing. I mean, this was what gives it its name. It looks like a basket when it's fully unfolded. At the moment, it seems to be folded up, and you can see that it's tightly coiled at each of the ends of the branches. This is, this is an echinoderm. Are you able to get a real close-up of that that basket star? I mean, the coils and things are quite remarkable.
Yeah, we'll work on that right now. Stand by. Chris thought he saw something interesting near the yellow coral there, but we'll come back to that. Get the basket star first of all. The challenge we have is holding the vehicle nice and steady, you can see the current sweeping across from left to right, and Chris is just trying to keep it as a nice and steady a camera platform as he can whilst we're zoomed in.
Thanks, that's a great shot. So basket stars are a type of brittle star. And we've seen lots of brittle stars in the trips in today's voyage, today's ROV transect, typically entwined with within soft corals and hard corals and the like. But these brittle stars are quite special. These basket stars are quite special in themselves. You know, the multiple branches of their arms, and this is a great close-up. So thanks very much, guys, for getting this close view, considering the currents you're grappling with. Hey, gents, the YouTube chat is saying there's something, perhaps a fish, to the right of where you are. Traverse to the right.
Yeah, it was the hermit crab we just wanted to find for Rob there. Oh, not Rob, what's his name? Chris, sorry. I'm getting muddled up with names now.
Yeah, well spotted with the hermit crab. There's,
Oh,
I haven't
down
seen too many
down in
gastropod
that
snails
canyon
around here,
there, I
but
think something there.
yes, yes.
Yeah, we'll just see what we can see down there. Are they shrimp? I think it might be. It is a fish, is it? Okay. It's really useful having other people point things out to us.
Now, I think we'll need our fish army ashore to figure that one out. I couldn't get a very good look at it myself. So well, I think we're looking at, well, the lower one is a basket star. So in fact, I think both of them are basket stars. Oh yeah, they definitely are. You can see the arms fully exposed here. From a distance, it looked a little bit like a coral colony, but it's quite clear. These are two large basket stars. With their multiple branches. This one is particularly nice, unfolded. So there's two nice examples here of Chrysogorgia, which is the golden coral. That's the long frond, almost feather duster style coral. I'm not sure what the one is on the right of it though, with the more feather-like morphology. If we have experts ashore who can ID them, that'd be great. Certainly value having people help us with these IDs.
So what do you think that is at the end of this coral, Rob?
I do not know. So
Just a jelly that's becoming trapped, or something
let's
else?
open it to the. I don't know. This is where expert opinion from ashore is really welcome. It had kind of a shape like a tunicate, where you have this inhalant, exhalant thing, but it looked a bit more too translucent. We hadn't seen tunicates down at this depth before, so look, I have no idea. It could be a medusa that's been
Okay, someone says
trapped,
harp
but
comb jelly.
it definitely
Correct.
had a. Sorry, harp comb jelly. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, so I've never heard of a harp comb jelly before. I'm just having a look. It's a species of benthic ctenophore. So ctenophores are usually comb jellies. You often see them; they're typically pelagic, swimming in the water column. And I'm quite
Thanks,
familiar
NGC
with them. You see them in
6210.
tropical waters all the time. Yeah, and it just says it attaches itself to rocks and Gorgonian corals, or like that one we just saw, to feed its comb-like tentacles reach out from the tip of its body to catch floating plankton. And that's great. Thank you. Hey, Paul, we were talking about the coloration. You could clearly see that more stained area had a lot more marine life attached to it compared to this whiter, probably more eroded part of the seascape here. So it just seems parts of this environment are eroding, sloughing off material and exposing that white surface more regularly. Paul, just right in the center of the screen, just zoom in, that round globule shape, I'm pretty sure that's a siliceous sponge. This is this kind of sponges that Merrick Eakins from the Queensland Museum is looking for. And you can just see the ostia, the small exhalant holes from the sponge. It's about 10 centimeters across. So I'm pretty sure this is a siliceous sponge. And in fact, there's a bunch of them. There's one here in the middle. There's also some to the left and a little bit down on the right-hand side. So you can see the holes, you know, the pores that allow the water to move in and out. So this is a hexactinellid sponge. It's made of glass spicules. Yeah, thanks, Paul. I see you just put up that 3D view. It just shows that we've been working along the face of this steeper area with this exposed chalky limestone. We know it's very soft. We touched it with the robotic arm before, and it just crumbled away. So there's lots of bioerosion going on here, including what we think are giant isopod burrows. These are the larger dome-shaped burrows. That's our running hypothesis. We've seen two of these large isopods. They are quite big. Across their width is about 10 centimetres. They'd be probably about 20 centimetres long. So perhaps, you know, could sit about the length of a forearm. So quite a large animal. And now that we know it's a very soft environment, it's quite likely that those dome-shaped burrows are caused by burrowing giant isopods.
Just a quick hello to anyone who's recently joined us. This watching live video from ROV SuBastian diving on Diamond Islets, just to the east of Australia on the Queensland Plateau. The ROV is diving from the research vessel Falkor of the Schmidt Ocean Institute. Temperature down here is a balmy 5.1 degrees centigrade, and we're just slowly wandering around this ledge of part of a canyon system on the south side of Diamond Islets.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And it's kind of the bigger picture is the expedition was put together over about a month and a half ago, just as the COVID crisis was really becoming quite difficult here in Australia, with lots of ports closing. And the Falkor is part of a year-long series of expeditions around Australia. And the Falkor had worked in the southern part of Australia, the Bremer and Perth canyons, and then it worked its way up into the Ningaloo canyons. Unfortunately, with the COVID crisis becoming more difficult, ports were closing around Australia, and the Falkor ended up coming east over into the northeast Australia earlier than expected. So several expeditions had been cancelled as a result, and we managed to. We were talking at length with the Schmidt Ocean Institute, and we volunteered this particular expedition to come out onto the Queensland Plateau, of which we knew very little about. So the Queensland Plateau is quite a large plateau. It's the largest marginal plateau on Earth, marginal being against a continental margin. It's around 260,000 square kilometres. It sits within the Coral Sea Marine Park, which is the largest marine reserve in Australia. That park is about 1 million square kilometres. It ranks up there in probably the top 2 or 3 largest marine reserves on the planet. It's just that most of the work that had been done in the Coral Sea Marine Park had occurred in the shallow waters, the shallow coral reefs. They're quite well studied. Lots of people going out there doing reef ecology, fish counting. There's been quite a lot of work done out there. But in the deeper parts of the Queensland Plateau and the Coral Sea Marine Park in general, very little was known, not even about the shape of the seafloor, certainly had no idea what was really living down in these depths. And so we proposed this expedition to the Schmidt Ocean Institute for a whole month. It's extended out to a month and a half now. And the Falkor sailed from Cairns on the 29th of April. And what is very unusual is that the entire expedition has been run with no scientists on board. So we've had to completely change the way we do business. Normally we would sail and we would be a part of the science team on board. But with the COVID crisis, all of myself and the other principal investigators had to stay ashore. And we've tried to do the best we can through telepresence. And of course, this is the pinnacle, to be able to sit here, the comfort of my home in Cairns, and to be able to narrate at underwater video at nearly a kilometre down in the Coral Sea. Yeah, it was a great look at a hexactinellid sponge. So big siliceous ball sponge. Merrick Eakins from the Queensland Museum is particularly interested in these. On our next expedition with the Falkor, in which we hope to be able to put science crew on board, it's with all the restrictions starting to be changed around Australia, we might be able to sail on board the Falkor. Merrick will be very keen to get some samples of those sponges. It's very convenient for us. We've got a fish brittle star and a shrimp right next to each other.
Yeah, it looks like some sort of cask. I guess it just shows how porous this whole landscape is. You can see holes all the way through it. I'm sure if you bumped that, the whole structure would probably collapse. It's just like Swiss cheese. It's very soft. If anyone's been tuned in, you'd see that we actually did touch it with the arm and it just crumbled away. So this is a very, very soft, chalky substrate, and it's no surprise we've got lots of holes, burrows, bioerosion going on. It's just towers of chalk, all
crumbling through time. So I'm just reaching out to our experts ashore, wondering if these yellow corals are Analopsamia. That would be a scleractinian coldwater coral, so hard. A hexacoral, but I would like to get a confirmation from anyone ashore. Paul, I'll have to go shortly. I have some family business to take care of, so I'll sign out of the audio and hand it over to you.
Good afternoon again from the research vessel Falkor. You're looking at live video from the ROV SuBastian. We're working off the southern edge of the Diamond Islet reef complex. There's a canyon system here, and we're looking at some of the limestone and the corals that form part of this. For those that weren't around a little earlier, we actually touched some of this limestone with the ROV manipulators, and it's very, very delicate, which is obviously why it's been eroded away in so many places. We're seeing a variety of life here: corals, sponges, shrimp, various different sizes, cusk eels, some other fish, squid. What else have we seen? Crinoids, brittle stars, sea stars, lots of different life here. Basket stars as well, yeah. So a wide variety of life here. We've got, we've also seen a giant isopod. We've got about another hour left of the dive before we come off the bottom.
also here, joining you for the last part of the dive today, as we just pan around what we here call a grumpy fish, also known as a coffin fish. Looks like today's dive has been quite different from our usual, a bit deeper on this cruise, and some excellent limestone features. Hopefully we can go and sit down in front of this coffin fish and get some nice close-ups with this exceptional coral in the background. the eerie landscapes as we transit across this ridge today. At a bit of an unusual for this cruise depth of 850 meters, which we're probably not gonna get a whole lot shallower today. Still a surprising amount of variety, even though temperatures a freezing 5.3 degrees Celsius.
Right here.
Just a quick overview of where we've been today, where we are today, on Diamond Isles.
Alright. Got it? I got it. Yes, sir. I'm taking care of that request.
Just on the flanks of this subsea canyon off of Diamond Isle.
Bridge Avenue position.
This time transiting more laterally than our normal straight up the slope.
I made a slight adjustment, Alan.
Perhaps not looking at the steepest slope as we usually do, which typically results in more variety.
Your fish, Shiva. It's a big sponge too.
And we have some more sponges and a fish coming up. Let's see if we can get in there and zoom in. excellent basket star there. There's definitely some cool compositions here. Maybe a bit of a lack of variety compared to our usual end of the dive. We're getting pretty close to starting our recovery, hoping to still find a few cool communities before we do. So hang in there.
Hello, Falkor. This is Robin Beeman calling in from Cairns, Australia. Can you hear me?
Yep, Rob, we can hear you. You're back. Nice to have you. Good morning.
Yeah, thanks. I had to go and do some family things. I'd like to just be with you for this last stretch of the dive, just take people through the work that's happened over the last few days. So the Falkor has been mapping the southern side of the Diamond Islets reef, a very, very large atoll. It's nearly 100 kilometres long, about 50 kilometres wide, and it sits at the very southeastern side of the Queensland Plateau. The Queensland Plateau is the focus of this entire expedition, the visioning the Coral Sea Marine Park, and there are 30 of these large atolls, of which the Diamond Islets is one of the two biggest. So this one and its neighbour Lihau Reef are the two big atolls on the Queensland Plateau. So over the last few days, yeah, thanks very much. This is just a zoom in, and you can see Diamond Islets, this sort of big bulb-shaped atoll. It's 100 kilometres long, just to give you a sense of scale. And you can actually make out the mapping that the Falkor has done. That's this blue to pink that runs along the southern side of it. There we go, just zooming in. The deep blues and that's the shallow coral. It's shallow reef that's being mapped with airborne LiDAR bathymetry. But all of that pink to blue zone, that's the Falkor's work just over the last 2 days, which is kind of remarkable how much area they're covering. And so during the last 2 days, we've found this really big canyon, this Y-shaped canyon, and in fact we're on the left-hand arm of it as you're looking towards the reef itself. And so for today, we've spent most of the time just hanging around this upper terrace level. We've gone along it, traversed to the left, and now we're traversing right. We started down around 930 metres at the base of in the axis of the main canyon. From there, it was actually all quite sandy. We saw lots of ripples indicating current flow. It wasn't a lot of marine life, but there was still some interesting fish life down there, tripod fish, eels, various eels and the like. But it wasn't until we actually climbed up that first steep area, we came across this kind of chalky limestone environment, and we've spent most of the day here, and it has been very, very interesting. For me, the highlight, I guess, was the kind of deciding or getting close to the idea that these sort of dome-shaped holes or burrows in this soft material are likely due to burrowing giant isopods. And there's a YouTube link that went out earlier that showed a different part of the world, fairly large isopods leaving similar sized burrows in the seafloor. And of course, lots of soft corals. And but the other highlight for me, I think, was the Dumbo octopus that we saw briefly. That very, very dark Dumbo octopus swimming along gently along the face of this environment. So now we're coming close to the end of the dive, and I just want to talk about tomorrow. So in that 3D landscape, there's another series of ledges getting closer to the coral reef itself. And so tomorrow's the focus of that dive, that will be dive 365, will be to climb up the last series of terraces. I think we're going to start around 650 metres. We'll go up to one ledge at about 550 metres, then that really big wide platform at about 400 metres, and then depending on how the weather goes, we'll climb up as far as we can close to the reef itself. So we should be up in the mesophotic zone. That's the twilight zone that we've spent a fair bit of time in previous dives. We should see lots of soft corals and lots of fish. We hope our fish army can get involved, and we certainly hope to see you tomorrow.
Sorry, Rob, we lost you there for a second. You still here?
Yes, I am. So I was just talking through the plan for tomorrow's dive, which will be dive 365. And we're shallower. We want to be shallower, and the idea is to head up some terraces that are wide just at the base of the reef. So I was just talking through the profile. You can see where we are now. That's this triangle. That's the Falkor. So if you can just zoom in, please, Karel, and talk about tomorrow's dive. Just show a profile or close to where we intend to go tomorrow.
Sorry, I'm not sure I actually have that on the map here. Let's see if we have a proper point. No, I don't think so. I can pull it up somewhere.
You guys are all set up for tomorrow. We're looking to call this one.
Okay, so we'll just talk through tomorrow's dive. If you notice where the coral reef is, that's the green zone, you'll see there's a steep drop. That's from about 100 meters down to around 300 meters. And then there's this fairly wide ledge, and that ledge is around about 400 meters. So the aim is to go up this series of scarp faces up onto that ledge with those very strange kind of linear cuts perhaps into the seafloor. We're curious as to what these are. And then if the weather allows, we will go up as high as we can into the mesophotic zone. Yep, that's perfect. So the aim of that tomorrow's dive is to run a transect directly across this series of
Sorry, Rob. Can't hear you right now. Yeah, back. Yeah.
just to reiterate, we'll be running across, doing a profile, a long vertical transect across those series of ledges tomorrow.
If we don't recover, we're going to have to move the ship somewhere else.
Okay, and we're gonna start the recovery process right about now as well. It's been a good day, been an interesting dive. We'll be right back here tomorrow. I don't know, Rob, if you're still there to join us for the last bit of the recovery. You want to talk through something still?
Yeah, thanks, Carol. Yes. So just I think we've talked about the profile tomorrow's dive. We're limited by weather, of course. Weather looks like it's going to get a bit marginal come Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday, and so the plan from that point is to continue mapping. The ship will be able to work in behind Diamond Islets. It does form a very large barrier, and so it's the safest place to be over the next few days when that weather starts getting a bit blowy. It means that we won't be able to do any ROV dives until the wind starts to drop. So after tomorrow's dive, just to repeat that, we'll be mapping further around Diamond Islets. It is over 100 kilometres long, so there's certainly plenty of work to be done there. And then through the remaining part of this expedition, which is will wrap up on the 15th of June. The ship will leave Queensland Plateau and head back to Cairns, and the crew have a major change out, a welcome break after a very long period at sea. There's a Google Earth perspective. So there's all of that northern side of the Diamond Islands yet to be mapped, including some of the smaller reefs around the periphery. So they will also be mapped over the next 2 weeks. Also then Lihau Reef. This is just to the east. Again, very, very large atoll. It's 100 kilometres long. Lots to discover there. And of course, if the weather is good, if the winds drop, we will do ROV dives with the SuBastian. So they're all things to look forward to over the last 2 weeks of this expedition.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. We're off the bottom now. Was actually a pretty long dive compared to the rest that we've had. About to start our mapping for the evening as the recovery gets finished.
Yeah, and thanks very much there, Carol, to everyone there on board the ROV team doing some work in fairly challenging circumstances today. The currents were quite strong at the bottom of this this canyon and along the walls. And it was a very delicate environment. We knew that if we touched the seafloor, it would probably crumble. And so they did a magnificent job just dancing along the edge, giving us great close-up pictures of some of those soft corals and other marine life, like the coffin fish and also the Dumbo octopus. So well done to everyone there. And I guess this is this last inset is just a picture of the huge amount of mapping that's been done by the Falkor. I looked at it this morning. We're up to around 20,000 square kilometres. That's a huge amount of mapping in an area that we knew very, very little about. So there had been no multi-beam sonar work in there previously. We only had a general idea of the depth of the general depths. The plateau surface is averaging about 1,000 metres, so it's a kilometre deep right there where Carol's got the cursor. And then, of course, we have these steep flanks around the edges of these coral reefs. We had no idea at all as to what was there, but in the last month, we've seen this really incredible underwater landscape of canyons, landslides, lots and lots of underwater landslides, really big scale, like kilometres of rock. The edge of various reefs have actually collapsed, and there are big debris fields stretching kilometres away from the reef. We found drowned reefs, literally underwater seamounts up to 600 metres in height, just sitting there on the plateau surface. We had no idea that they existed before, but I think the Falkor has mapped at least 3 of these. These are quite large features. And then I guess the beauty as well of the underwater landscape that we've been seeing for the first time with the RV SuBastian. That has been a real privilege. So it's one thing to map the seafloor and get a 3-dimensional picture of the landscape, but it's just another entirely to get to ground truth it, to actually see what it's made of. That helps us as geologists and marine biologists to understand processes, both at that broader scale and also at that finer local scale. So it's been very, very exciting so far, and every day brings new surprises. So we have another 2 weeks to run on this expedition, and we hope you can join us during future ROV dives.
Yeah, absolutely, Rob. Just a good pointer as we were talking about it. We have already been up in the north as well, so these closely clustered reefs that we've been looking at recently sometimes forget to zoom out and forget where we started a good while back.
We can just take a quick tour if you like.
Yeah,
if you zoom out, I'll just walk people through the various reefs. So just zoom out a little bit more and use your cursor. So the expedition started in Cairns. And Cairns is where I live. So if you could just circle the Queensland Plateau, Carol, just to show people, I guess, how big this is. There we go. So if you just do a slow circle. Yeah. So come in around the reefs and just show where the Queensland Plateau is.
1 second.
That's it. So
there's a lot of mapping data in here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the Queensland Plateau is this marginal plateau. It's the largest marginal plateau on Earth. And we started from Cairns and we sailed out into the Coral Sea. So this is through the Great Barrier Reef. and then the ship headed up to Osprey Reef at the very northwestern end of the Queensland Plateau. And it just scroll up.
Yeah, it's loading all of that data that we've gathered.
Okay. So we mapped a bit of a cliff to the west of Osprey Reef. Now, Osprey Reef is, without doubt, the crown jewels of the Coral Sea Marine Park. There's more research done here, more dive tourism done here than any other reef on inside the Coral Sea Marine Park. And one of our principal investigators, Richard Fitzpatrick, has a really well-developed shark tagging program here to study the oceanic sharks that live here. And he's going to be giving a science at sea talk on Friday this week. And then the ship mapped these very sort of long linear reef to the southeast. They're called Shark and Vima reefs. It turns out that Shark and Vima were once connected, and in the middle they've completely collapsed, and so turned them into two separate reefs. But you notice when you look at Osprey Reef, it's just very, very complex on the western side and very smooth on the eastern side. And this seems to be a feature for some of the Queensland Plateau reefs. And we think it's to do with drainage. You know, the sediment drainage, everything is directed to the western side. And so it leaves this very complex, eroded landscape. Do you want to just move down to the south now?
Yep. Sorry there. Taking a while.
Okay, the ship did a lap around Bougainville Reef. It's a small reef, just sitting opposite around Cooktown. Again, fairly heavily visited by dive tourism, very popular. And so the red and yellow is just the bathymetry, the airborne LiDAR bathymetry. So that's been well mapped only in the shallows. So that was our knowledge of what the shape of the reef looked like prior to the Falkor arriving. Of course, they've mapped all around the edges. We can see it's relatively smooth, but on some parts of it, there's been a collapse. And so there's actually a whole side flank of Bougainville Reef has collapsed and has been shed out to the western side. Do you want to go down to Holmes Reef area there, Carol?
Yep. So, two of them, and flora.
Yeah, thanks very much. So these are the Holmes Reefs. There's the West and the East Holmes Reef, and there's a little one by itself. It's called Flora Reef. And again, they're well mapped with LiDAR, and that's that red to blue, showing the lagoon in the centre. And that was our knowledge of the shape of the seafloor. And then the Falkor came along and have mapped all the flanks. And so we've got small gullies, larger canyons, where the gullies actually drain into canyons. Quite a feature here is, again, this western side, very complex, very gullied. The eastern side, which is actually the weather side, is not so gullied. So that's really interesting in itself. This West Holmes Reef is quite obvious. So if you're looking down at it, you can see all the canyons and gullies are all draining to one side of it. So this was a real surprise to us. I think we had our third dive here on the northern side of this West Holmes Reef. That was pretty exciting. So we did its long vertical transect. That's right. That was our third dive up there. And again, we were looking for, I guess, evidence of a landslide. We could see it in the 3D view, but we wanted to get confirmation of it with the ROV SuBastian. And so it showed this. There's lots of boulder material at the bottom, down around this sort of 800 kind of meter depth range, where parts of the edge of the reef have collapsed, and you're left with boulder debris at the base and a scarp generally somewhere up the slope. So that just, the ROV confirmed that that's what we're seeing here. Carol, can you jump down to Flinders Reefs now? We can have a look at that.
Yep. Let's just reset our orientation. And here's Flinders for you.
Now, this is a really beautiful series of reefs. Think of it, a big cluster all around this northern Flinders Reef. There's this northern one, big deep lagoon. It's probably about 60 metres deep, with lots of little pinnacles in the middle. Again, well mapped with airborne light bathymetry. The smaller reef to the south is just South Flinders Reefs. Again, a very prominent lagoon, bathtub shaped. And I guess there was bad weather here, and we had a lot of time to do mapping. And so that revealed, again, this amazing landscape of gullies and undersea landslides. And do you want to just zoom down to the South Flinders there, Carol? This was one of our dives up a very prominent landslide scarp. So you can see here, it's very almost this cut into the seafloor. This is the western side of a big undersea landslide. It's about 4 kilometres wide. It's collapsed, and the base is all debris and boulders. And this is the first time we had a very, very good look at the internal structure of these limestone reefs, which are millions of years old. And you can see all the layers stacked up on each other, exposed at that landslide scarp. Let's think of it like a quarry face. And so we could see this. It was also really interesting. There's a lot of marine life there, sort of living in amongst the layers. So it was a really exciting time.
Yep, you can see our track going up here. I think we might have lost you for a second. Unless you just pause.
Yeah, that's right. And so, yeah, it was a great dive. And we also started deep and we ended up shallow, which is always, preferable if we can do that. We have quite a few people watching from ashore, and also the principal investigators on the expedition. A lot of them have expertise in this mesophotic zone. And so we got our first look at the kind of mesophotic soft coral environment. But it was geologically, it was really, really fascinating to be able to see the internal parts of the reef, as if someone had just got a giant knife and had cut a big slice out of it. Okay, Carol, can you jump over to the Diane Bank and Willis Islets area, please?
Yep.
So then the ship travelled over to Diane Bank and Willis Islets, two very large banks, or atolls. And just to the west, there are these 3 small reefs, Willis Islets. Carol, can you just zoom in on one of these new seamounts that we discovered? It's just to the southwest of the Moor reefs, just to show people what they look like. There we go. There's a very prominent bump just west, just down, go left with your cursor. That's it. So these 3 reefs were quite well known, but then we have this occurring. We have these At the moment, I think we're down up to about 3 of these. These are drowned reefs that would have, pretty old. And as when the plateau itself subsided, if there was any coral growing at the top, it dropped below the photic zone. They weren't able to keep up with sea level, relative sea level change, and drowned. And so they're now preserved on the seafloor. So we've discovered a whole bunch of these. But then we did a dive at more reefs. Do you just want to zoom in on more reefs? It's that larger one there. Now, this reef doesn't appear to be much in itself, compared to the very, very large atolls that we've been mapping around. But it turned out to probably be the most exciting ROV dive. It had already been flagged to us by Parks Australia, whose job it is to manage the Coral Sea Marine Park, that this was a very high biodiversity reef. The survey that had been done recently showed that it had the highest coral and fish biodiversity of all the reefs in the Coral Sea. So we're curious, would the same thing be matched in the deep? And I would think this is the standout ROV dive. We had an amazing amount of marine life, both in the cold water environment and right up into the mesophotic zone. Lots of fish. The fish army were going quite crazy, I think, on this particular dive. But it was a really amazing experience.
Yeah, finally got the tracks for those as well. Heading up here.
Yeah, thanks, Carol. And then, again, we had bad weather, and so there was a lot of mapping done, and we just had to wait until that weather improved. But in the meantime, the ship had actually done a lot of mapping around Diamond Banks and Willis Islets itself. And one thing that's really noticeable between Diamond Banks and Willis Islets, there are these big, big dune fields. And what we think is it's a bit of a pinch point between these two reefs. Water comes flowing between them. It's a bit of a bottleneck. Probably not so obvious in this map. It's a bit coarse, but we see very, very large dune fields between the two. The other feature of this area is the large amount of debris, rock debris that's been shed. So do you just want to zoom in a little bit there, Carol,
Yeah,
just to show.
See the west side.
Oh, yeah.
Like dune fields and ripples,
You see this
and then it
almost. Yeah. This is not an artifact.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these are real dunes, like big active dune fields. And like I say, we think it's this bottleneck between the two reefs. The South Equatorial Current comes sweeping out of the Southwest Pacific. It hits these reefs, it's squeezed through this gap, and you end up with lots of sediment waves here, really big expanse of dune fields. But in amongst it all, there are these weird holes. Those holes are real, they're not artifacts of the data, quite strange, like little kettle pots on the seafloor, and lots of rock debris. All of these bumps around the edges is just pieces of the coral reef that have been shed over a long period of time and are now stranded down on the plateau surface. And we did a dive on one very long one. Can you just take us down to the South Willis Islets, please, Carol? We can just have a quick look.
5361 here.
Yeah, thanks very much. It was quite a long piece. In fact, for us, it was almost like the jigsaw puzzle. You could just take, this was the piece, and you could slot it in very easily to the steeper flank directly above it. And if you look just a little bit just above it to the north, there's another large block has literally just fallen out of the side of the reef. And so this is a real feature of the Coral Sea atolls. There seems to be a lot of debris collapsing around the edges, but it was particularly noticeable here at Willis Islet. Okay, so can we just jump down to our next site, please, Carol?
Yep.
Yeah, this is the Coringa Islets Magdalen Cays. kind of a complex atoll. It's sort of odd shape compared to all the rest, which almost a bath-like shape. But this was very complex. There's lots of large-ish reefs close to the edge of Coringa Islets, and the Falkor was able to map around all of them. So we're very pleased about that. And again, we got this similar picture, lots and lots of rock debris, pieces fallen off the edge. And we did 2 dives at the very northeastern end of Magdalen Caves. Do you want to just zoom in on one of those reefs where we did a dive, please, Karel? It's at the very northern tip.
Yep. One of the dives up here.
Russ, you out there? He's not out here.
362.
Yeah, thanks very much. We dive right on the. We had good weather. No, very little wind restrictions here, and we were able to do a very successful long dive up into the mesophotic zone. And it was we saw nautilus again, live nautilus. So that was a real thrill. I really enjoyed seeing these live chamber nautilus. We got a very good look at the mesophotic zone. Again, the fish army were in full force, identifying all the shallow water fishes up there. So that was great to have them involved. And then just a few days ago, we were over at the northeast side of Magdalen Caves, and we did another dive on this prominent point. Yeah, thanks. And that was our last dive before we ended up coming over to the Diamond Islets. And again, we got to see nautilus. Again, a big thrill. So they're clearly widespread animal and probably found on all of these reefs. And that has taken us up to the present. The last 2 days, the ship has been working in the southern side of Diamond Islets. And tomorrow we'll have our next dive, 365, taking us for a long transect up over a depth zone from around 650 meters, as high up as we possibly can, if the weather allows.
Yep. So here's the ship, just still in the process of recovery. We've come up to about 260 meters, and tomorrow's dive site is right around here.
Zeroed it when I was facing inboard. I zeroed it and we spun it this morning.
Okay, Carol, well, I might sign out from here, from Cairns, and hand it over to you.
Yep.
And I look forward to chatting with you later tonight. Perhaps, I think we have a plan for mapping, so that's all sorted. But I'll be watching on TeamViewer, and I shall join you in the morning. So this is Dr. Robin Beeman signing out from Cairns, Australia, and saying goodbye to all our people watching ashore. Over to you, Carol.
Thanks, Rob. So yeah, we'll continue our recovery. Today we're getting close to the surface now, and after that, head on up to the northeastern part of the reef here. Try and fill in some more mapping in this area. Looks to be quite interesting. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing in terms of data here, apart from a couple of runs from the local research vessels that have just transited through this area as we get ready for the recovery. We are pretty much done with the live stream, so hopefully see you all tomorrow. eventful dive, as we're much shallower. Should be again a lot of colorful habitats. And thank you for joining us. Bye.